Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover is powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. Boys, how are we?
Hello, Matt.
Good.
It's great to see you.
Great to see you too.
I love talking to you.
Thank you. Why do you say it like that? Like you don't like talking
I
to
do
me.
love talking to you.
You're saying it like you don't.
But
No, there's no but here.
No, it was just a contentious morning crossover.
So let's do better.
really, why was it contentious?
I just got upset. It's okay.
About what?
I just,
Do you have another dumb take that the Chargers' job is worse than the
it's not a dumb
Michigan?
I'm with you, Matt. That's a great
No,
take.
Of course you
it's-
are, but
it's
you're a
one of
Michigan
those-
guy.
It's one of those things where
Go blue.
sometimes I take jokes and I'm great about it, and today was probably at 15% where I didn't take the jokes. So that's all. That's all that happened. I'm great now. It took me 4 hours to get over it, but I'm great now.
Awesome. And now
I'm in.
the day is done and you have your prepared
No,
sandwiches.
the day is not done.
What's today?
The day is not done. The day actually just begun, if we're being honest.
What do you have?
I'm golfing at 4:20. I
Nice.
have league.
That's 2.5
so-
hours away. You have plenty of time.
Are you
Well-
golfing at 420 in honor of somebody?
So I have
It's Jackie Robinson Day, okay? Can we put the silly jokes
Yeah,
aside?
you can make that joke in 5 days when it's his birthday, Nick.
So I have I got to go to Shields to get spikes,
You need new golf shoes.
No, softball shoes because I'm golfing and then I'm playing softball right after golf. So I'm
Wow, you're not kidding. You do have a lot of stuff to do.
I'm golfing at Tiburon and then I'm playing softball at Kelly. So I gotta
That's too many things to do on
back
on
to back. So
Wednesday.
yeah,
That's
woke
a lot
up.
of stuff on a Wednesday.
I made the Wacky Guess Wednesday intro today. Took a while,
Yeah.
and then had the show.
He was
what's-
making it this morning. I heard him making it. Then he comes into our office. He's like, making music is hard.
It is hard. Well, I mean, a lot of people
Making music?
Yeah, he's saying.
Oh, you were composing
Oh,
your
that's
own...
not making
I was.
music.
Shocker. I didn't sing it on tune.
I am stunned by this.
It's really hard to do.
You know,
I
I,
can't do
had
it.
Everybody always chasing stibs.
I originally I'm not chasing skips as much as I'm
Everybody
like we
is.
just need an intro, and it's just one of those things where I was singing it and I thought I had it down, and then it took me an hour and a half to do, and we still have to fix it because it's
Yeah.
offbeat. So
Speaking of stibs, I found out today going to a baseball game with stibs next month.
in Seattle,
no,
in Kansas City,
but it involves Seattle.
against the Mariners.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
go Mariners,
Royals,
baby!
Is Stibbs there to
Mariners.
tell you what's going on?
So I hear that there are runs in baseball, and it's not points.
Points, no
Yep,
points,
It's not
yep.
points.
They all have a bat, a beautiful bat that is an
Except for
American
pitchers.
bat.
Not anymore. Pitchers just pitch now.
If
for
I
Sherman.
were to take the bat, I'd hit the ball farther. They tell me, Matt, no one's ever hit a ball as far as you hit a ball. Oh my God, these people, they don't know how to swing the bats. I'm always swinging something. It's nice having two bats. I always have two bats.
He
on
won't
me.
be there. It'll be Stibbs and
You never
me.
know. He could be anywhere at any point at any time.
I don't know who all will be there. It'll be Stibbs, me, my wife, and then one other person.
My wife,
Maybe-
Stibbs had a +1.
Maybe Stibbs has a date.
Wow,
Sean.
that's mean. Who's more likely to
True.
Who's more likely to get married first, me or Stibbs?
Oh, topic alert.
Who is?
You.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I'd
but
say
he
you
has to actually go on a date first.
Who? Him?
Yeah.
He has. He goes on dates. He
Yeah,
goes
but
on
he
first
keeps
dates.
canceling them
Second
because
dates are tough.
I gotta watch the third round of the John Deere Classic.
Well, it's my job, John.
Yeah, the John
I have
Deere
to watch
Classic.
sports for a living. Also, too,
You don't have to.
it was
You
the
can-
Sweet 16 of Nebraska
Yeah,
basketball.
I'm on your
Yeah,
side.
and how'd that game go?
Terribly.
But still,
I thought it was fine.
Should have gone on
No,
the date.
the date didn't go that much better.
See, because here's what I think.
She was a bore.
What, you left 4 guys on the floor too?
She was a
No.
bore.
No, I paid for 4 drinks.
She was a bore.
She was a bore.
Oh, interesting.
Wow, a
Just-
bore.
So here's what I think.
Not a pit, not an animal. She was just boring.
Bore on the
yes,
floor.
Yes.
I
Bore
got
on the
that
floor.
part.
Well, I
Matt?
don't want Josh to go, Matt, you're calling her a pig?
No,
You think women are pigs, Matt?
I was going to make a reference to something boring, actually, but I decided not to because it would give away a topic for later in the week on the show.
Ooh.
Anyway, what I was going to say is Matt seems like a guy that will get married quickly once he meets the love of his life. I feel like it's going to be a quick turnaround. If things go well, he's going to be, let's move this thing along.
Is this like Cam and Ferris Bueller? The first person he lays, he'll
Yes.
marry.
100%.
But
Whereas
I've laid a lot of, not a lot, but multiple women I've laid.
At least 2.
Yes.
Nice. Good job by you. Whereas Stibbs, I feel like he could get into a long-term relationship and it would be one of those like, yeah, we've been dating for 14 years kind of thing. So I feel like that's the answer.
I'm
here.
probably am a quicker turnaround at this
Definitely.
point. But
You're like, ooh, joint bank account.
the barrier of entry definitely is a lot higher for me.
That's
you
a
know.
bummer.
I do intend, if I get into, like, the next time I get into a relationship, marriage will be on the line.
Good
On the line.
It will
That's
be
way
on the
too
line.
much pressure.
Yeah.
You're like a Cowboys fan going into the playoffs. They have to do it or they'll
Marriage-
never do it.
Marriage
going
I
in-
would not date a woman if I didn't think I could marry
Wow. Poll
Wow.
question. Insta poll.
No, there
That's a
is
good
something to
instant
that.
poll.
At some point when I was still dating, I decided, listen, if it's not like I don't want any flings or anything casual, like I'm gonna.
Well,
be
how
with
do you know
somebody.
it's going to be a fling right away unless you're intentionally going for a fling?
Yeah.
I just don't. I got broken up. That's not true. I broke up with her, but I've been through one breakup and
Wow.
it sucked. And I was unconsciously.
So you're afraid of a breakup.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
without a doubt. I was involuntarily sad for 6 months and I had no idea I was sad.
Insad.
Until,
Even though you did it.
yeah, but I was going to college. I was given an ultimatum. I broke up with her, but she was like, it's me or college. I'm like, see ya. You know?
It's me or college.
No,
Like,
you
it's
made the
me,
right
it's
call
either
there.
you date me long distance while we go to college or you break up.
Well, this is a problem when you're dating.
This isn't
seventh
like Jack
graders.
and Diane. It's like you go off to school, Jack, or you date, or you stay here on the farm with me.
By the way, how am I phrasing this question, this Insta poll? Would you date? Because what was the phrase that you just said?
I would not get into a relationship if I didn't think I could get married to this.
Would you get into a relationship if you didn't think you could get married?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just. I just don't want to. I don't want to be in a. I'm totally fine being single. But I also
Well, yeah,
do
because
want.
how many women are going to tolerate your lifestyle with, going to Shucks every Friday?
I
And
think that sounds like a pretty good life, John. Wouldn't you think?
Insta poll is up.
Can you? I mean, think about what I can provide to a woman, right? I
Oysters.
I work.
Oysters.
I work 8 o'clock to 2:30. I'm accessible a lot during the day. I can come over and bring you food. We can hang out. If we watch a movie, there's a high likelihood I've never seen that movie, so I can be taken aback by how great you are at picking films.
Wow.
I like to go to
Mm.
seafood restaurants. I'm going to pay the bill. I'm a little bit too willing to pay for drinks. I think I'm a catch outside of the jokes that you won't get, the dark humor at times, and my messiness.
I
Other
was
than
going to say,
that,
yeah, what are you
Ooh,
not
the- yeah,
bringing
the
to
messiness,
table?
the
Yeah, I've seen
messiness.
your car.
the messiness.
my car was clean.
It was fine. There's just
also,
some
there's the
bottles.
whole losing of things.
Yes, I'm going to lose things everywhere.
I was going to propose to you,
I'm
but
You beat
terrible.
me to the joke.
I'm terrible at laundry.
What does that mean? You
at the
don't do the
altar,
laundry,
who has
or
the
you
I
ring?
just?
don't do laundry.
Laun-
I've had dried clothes sitting in a hamper for the last 4 days, and I have no want to take them out or fold.
I feel that. Laundry, for whatever reason, for me is the most annoying and
It's so
hardest chore to
relaxing.
do.
Throw on some headphones, put on a podcast, fold laundry. 10 minutes later, you're done. That's how you got to
I
approach
would-
everything.
I would not say
Laundry-
it's relaxing.
Just
What
listen to
about-
Bill Simmons and fold your laundry.
What about
That's
doing
a-
dishes? I love doing dishes.
I do dishes, but that's because my roommate won't live with me anymore if I don't do the
Yeah,
dishes.
see, dishes. It's funny. My parents were over for the Masters on Sunday, and
But they're like, "Oh my God, you're so clean."
they
I'm
were
so
at
proud of you,
they were asking about our kitchen. They were like, because we have a huge window that looks
Dude,
outside.
You got first off, I'd say this. I love your house.
Oh, thank you, man.
Your house is great.
It'd be a
Very
lot
kind of
cooler
you.
if there was a sink in the bedroom.
You know, it's Nick.
No.
It's not like
Forgot
it's
about the
not
sink in the
massive.
bedroom.
Like it's not a
No,
big
it's
house.
a classic.
But the way it's constructed, I'm
Yeah.
a very big fan.
And it's a clean house. So we have this big window
It
in
is
our
a clean
kitchen.
house.
Mhm.
Huge
Mhm.
window. Looks out, massive tree in our front yard. Pretty nice, right? My mom said, "Do you like your kitchen layout?" I said, "The one thing I wish is, unlike our old apartment, that kitchen, the sink looked into our living room. And so when the Cowboys would make me mad, I would go do dishes, but I could still watch the game and be triggered by it. I can't watch sports
You break
while I
5
do
or
the
6
dishes
plates while you're doing
now.
the dishes, watching angry
I
I
Cowboys.
did that one time where I was doing the dishes and I put the TV right in front of the doorway that connects the family room to the kitchen, so I
Yeah.
could watch the Daytona 500 while I was doing the dishes.
I would never do that.
I just pull something up on my phone.
I did that for the Chiefs-Lions Sunday Night Football game last year. I was like, well, I got to do some dishes.
I would
Let's
like
watch
a
the-
kitchen TV, like a little TV that you have in the kitchen.
My
that
grandparents
just
have
turn
one.
on.
The kitchen TVs, I feel like, have fallen by the wayside.
I
They
feel like
have.
I would buy
Yeah.
cable just for the kitchen TV.
We had one for a while, but it was only good for the kids
Screw
when
you,
they would
Justin.
sit there at the breakfast thing and eat their breakfast and watch, Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
Justin says,
But I
wow,
hardly
Josh
ever
did a
used
lot
it.
of dishes.
Ah.
The game that I remember most being triggered by and doing dishes was when the Cowboys played the 49ers on Sunday Night Football in 2023, and they were getting boat raced, and I was so mad. So I just went in the kitchen. I was like, I'm going to do all these stupid
We got a
dishes.
kitchen TV for my abuela, but not for us. Like she was in the kitchen, helping us out for breakfast, but we wouldn't watch anything we wanted. She would just watch, Spanish soap operas or Oprah.
Mm.
Yeah,
I want to watch sports while I do
like
the
everybody
dishes.
was getting a car while I was eating my fruity pebbles.
J-Man says, Matt, quoting Matt, I think I'm a catch. Sounds like a Nick fact.
Whoa.
I do think Matt has some stuff to offer. He has health care. Well, we did.
Well,
We'll get it back soon, hopefully.
You're
Well,
the
I'm on
snake
my
right
parents'
now.
health care.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Um,
right. You're so young still.
I
Yeah.
missed that. That was awesome.
So you have health care. You probably go to the dentist,
No, I don't. I'm out
Okay.
of the dentist.
but you do have a job.
So you're out on the dentist?
Yeah, they're pains in the ass.
Okay.
Awesome.
Not all dentists, because my dentist. is kind of a
Crentist.
pain.
Your
Yeah.
dentist name is Crentist.
You need to pick better
Yeah,
dentists.
just get a different dentist.
Yeah.
Just my teeth are clean,
Okay.
But dentists are great. I have a tremendous amount of respect for dentists. I like dentists. It's just my dentist is all the way out in Chicago. He's kind of annoying.
Skokie.
No, he's in Chicago.
Wow. You
Yeah.
go out of town for your dentist trip.
Out of town is
He
across
takes
the
a trip
street.
to the big city.
Across the street to
Nice.
Chicago.
Do you get dressed up to go to the Chicago dentist?
No, I've never gotten dressed up to go to. The one time I got into a car accident was on the way to the dentist, and then they got mad at me for being late, and that's kind of why I'm annoyed at them.
Wow. Speaking of cars and speaking of dressing up, so I have a topic for the room.
Okay.
So this week, Nebraska has signed Braden Frager. I guess that was last week. And then Price Sanford. They're back, folks. And they've each gone and got new vehicles. Now, I don't remember what Frager was wearing in his photo, but I saw yesterday Price was rocking sweats and a hoodie
Yeah,
for a purchase of a Mercedes, I believe. Like
I
a nice.
saw the photo on the scrolls, and I was just like,
If you're getting a new car and you know that it's going to be a photo because it's NIL, right? Would you dress up just like a little nicer, like a button up and some jeans?
no.
No. Okay.
No, I'd probably make an effort to wear what I would normally wear, and I guess that's probably what he did.
Yeah,
No.
for sure. Yeah, athletes only wear sweats. I'm not being critical. I was just like, that's interesting.
I do like the idea of getting a Mercedes wearing sweats. That's really funny.
Yeah.
It's like that Maserati that used to park in our parking lot, and when I had my crappy old red car,
Yeah.
I would always go out of my
That
way to
car was a
park
dump.
next to the Maserati.
I don't.
No offense.
It's.
Car sucked.
I don't have an opinion on it. Like I don't think of him any lesser, but I probably would think more of him if he dressed
If
up.
he was just a little dressed
I'm
nicer.
surprised there's not like a dress code when you go to a Mercedes dealer.
I mean, if you're
There is
buying a
not.
car,
You have to
It's
dress
like it's
George
like going
Romero.
to it's like going to certain golf clubs. You got to wear a collared shirt.
Yeah.
like John's wearing today,
I can tell
I
you,
think they need to do that.
there's not a dress code for a Mercedes.
speak from experience.
I mean,
Literally,
they should.
yeah, I drive a
That's
Mercedes.
why I'm thinking that they probably should.
Hmm.
The Masters can get
Bigelow
away
says
with it.
Frager bought his BMW in sweats too.
Yeah, but I think that's like an
The
app.
BMW is more of a sweats kind of car, I think.
Really?
I don't know.
It's-
It's
it's
like
like-
same level, are they not?
the-
Nah.
What's nicer, Mercedes?
I'd
It's-
consider Mercedes a little more luxury. They
I-
both
I
Mercedes is more power.
I think it's
but-
dependent. I think it's dependent on the type of car that you're.
Average Mercedes versus average BMW.
I think they're both cool as hell.
Yeah.
I think I don't think it's a. I think it's a tier system. I think there are tiers of cars, and I think they're probably on the same tier.
John, you're a car man. Any thoughts?
They seem in the same class to
Yeah.
me.
Is Lexus, you think, in the same class as a?
No.
It's
There's-
meant to be.
There's some nice Lexus.
It's meant to be.
Cadillac. I think Cadillac.
Isn't Lexus the fancy Toyota? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
basically?
Yeah.
And then Infinity's the fancy Nissan.
I would say that like Cadillac, Mercedes, and BMW, I would all put on the same playing field.
Well, and I would
I
put
wouldn't put-
Lexus in there too.
I don't know if I'd put Cadillac up there
I
with
feel like Cadillac's just a little bit of a
BMW and a
step,
Lexus.
a little tiny step down.
Really?
Cadillac
I think,
used to
dude,
be up
Oh,
there, but I think-
anti-American Josh.
I
I
think
think-
Cadillac has come down in the luxury market over the
Yeah,
last
two.
few-
I
decades.
think it's come down in the luxury market to Mercedes and to BMW's level. There was a point where it's like owning a Cadillac in the '90s seemed like a really big deal. At least I read about that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
My
it.
dad used to have a Cadillac. When I think of listening to sports talk radio as a young boy, I think of being in my dad's Cadillac.
float like a Cadillac, sting like a
bee.
Beamer.
Nice, Nick.
You know, that was that apparently Radiator Springs is in Sedona, Arizona.
That
and
makes
now-
sense.
I don't know what that
Well,
means.
now that it's,
Cars,
I mean,
Josh.
Vrabel and Rossini have kind of ruined that movie for me, because now I think
Don't let them ruin cars
I'm
for
like,
you. That
I'm
movie's a
like-
masterpiece.
I'm like, are Sally and Lightning going to interlock tires?
they're together. It's fine. They weren't married to other people.
Interlocking fingers.
Happer talked off air about having this bit. I'm just going to put it on the air so he does this bit officially.
Okay.
He no longer wants to say the smoking gun was. He wants to say the interlocking fingers was.
Good.
That's funny.
And I was like, you need to do that.
That's funny. Because everybody keeps saying it. Like the thing that changed my mind on that was the interlocking fingers.
I've never interlocked fingers with. I thought about
Correct.
this. I have never
Right.
interlocked
Correct.
fingers with anyone in my life.
Did you guys also
ever?
Did you guys
He
also
still doesn't
know
want to.
that the resort that they were at
Yeah,
was
go.
a 4-hour round trip away
Yeah.
Yes.
from? Come on.
Reportedly,
Come on.
Yeah.
it was $2,500 a night.
Come
Well, I mean, the whole purpose of the resort, it is a romantic retreat.
Yes. And if the girls trip thing was true, they would in theory be her like best friends. They would want to get those photos out as
Oh,
fast
absolutely.
as possible.
Absolutely. It's all BS. We all know it is. The
There was
amazing thing though is that especially and listen, she's famous too. She's been on television.
For years.
How a guy who just coached in the Super Bowl. So before the Super Bowl, were there a lot of Vrabel already looks like a guy like
He's
I know who that is.
big.
I should know who that is.
Mhm.
Then you coach in the Super Bowl, which means you get that many more casuals who see you and, oh, yeah, you're the
You're
coach
on the
of
most
Patriots.
watched television event in America, and
And they
you don't
think-
have a helmet.
And
on.
they think that being out there in the open at a resort where other people can be,
I couldn't agree more.
I mean, that is the epitome of stupid. If I were owning the team, I would tell Vrabel to get the hell out. You are that dumb. Your
Robert
judgment
Kraft has
is that
no leg to
So-
stand
so-
on. though.
Well,
So,
he doesn't.
here's-
That's
here's
true.
what I
But,
was-
mean, that's just the epitome of dumb.
I
The
bet Vrabel
people,
would
the
buy
people
Mercedes
who
sweats.
who
Mhm.
immediately go, Vrabel is for sure going to be there in week 1.
He is.
I don't agree with for sure.
What would
I
happen?
don't agree with for sure.
But what's your
My
game it
take
out?
is this: I could
Robert Kraft is not doing anything.
No. But if the Patriots players were like, screw them, I'm supposed to listen to you, right? I'm
Yeah,
supposed
John
to.
said that he
you're
thinks he
supposed
lost
to-
a lot of
You're
respect. for
you're
him.
supposed to. You're
Or
the
they-
guy who's supposed to tell me not to damage the team outside these walls. You're the guy
Right.
who's supposed to say,
That's
Right.
a
hey,
great point.
Hey,
Yes.
don't do anything that's negatively going to reflect this franchise.
Exactly.
Like
And-
you're doing that to me now.
Exactly.
Really?
Exactly.
You're that
that's,
guy.
That's why I think that he has lost part of that locker room, because one of the things, and he was supposed to bring back the Patriot way,
Yeah.
Well,
was, it's all,
maybe he did.
He actually.
maybe we found out the Patriot way wasn't all that great
Odson
after all.
made
But
a
I'm
great
just,
joke.
it's just stupid.
It's just
absolutely stupid.
It's hard for that guy to have a leg to stand on to now tell his players don't do stupid things.
exactly.
And adhere to this culture. And so look, if he goes ahead and he stands in front of the locker room and he goes, guys, I effed up. All right.
Yeah.
I made mistakes. I'm human too, whatever. And that's good enough for them to be like, rah, rah, shish kumbah. We love you, coach. We're going to be there for you. All right. Yeah. He's going to keep his job. Is there a world potentially where they're like, nah, like we don't really buy into this? Or it's like maybe middle part through the year, they find out, what if there's a story? Would you be surprised in the middle of the NFL season that there's a story coming out of New England that the culture has been dissipating ever since what happened?
Would
between
not
Vrabel?
shock me in the least.
It was so like, it's
So you
one of
think
those,
he resigns?
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I agree with you, Josh. I agree more than likely he's going to be back
It'd be a
coaching
big
in week
stunner.
1. It would be surprise. It would be a little less than surprising, but it would be surprising to most people if he weren't coaching again.
I would be stunned.
But I think I disagree with the people who go, he's for sure coming back, or he's going to be unscathed. I think there's potential.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say 100% he'll be back.
I don't think it's 100%.
It's,
But I think
it's
more than
much
likely.
more likely than not that he is,
Wait,
he
it's
is on the side.
It's much more.
Sure.
Yeah.
it's
And if
more-
things fall apart, then all bets are off.
I don't know, man. Like there was a part of me of like, here's conspiracy Bill.
Okay.
Does she have the pictures and she has the proof that this was a girls trip or this was whatever, and she's just trying to wait
No.
for people to defame her maybe and then be like, gotcha, let's go to court?
No, I think she would have already done that. I mean, she lost her job, which
Yep.
was a very high paying job. I imagine it was approaching $1 million was what she was getting paid by
Dude.
the Athletic.
It's of my opinion that the Athletic is the best publication of NFL news. Do you agree with that? That's my opinion.
I mean, ESPN has all the stories first. You know,
But
because they have Schefter. But
Sure.
you're probably talking about something else, like
well, I just think quality
news
probably.
with context.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do it. They do that very, very well.
And she is the senior
She was the person.
reporter,
Yeah.
the top dude. That
Yeah.
job
Yeah,
is
that's-
the job.
That is a very lucrative job
That
in
is
sports
the job.
media.
Like
That's a very lucrative job. And
so.
yeah, there's no way. I mean, if they had the proof, no way.
She would have come forward.
Oh,
with it
they got him.
She would have come forward with it immediately.
That was a good play.
The pitcher literally fell on his ass and threw it to
I mean,
first
unless she was
base.
sick and tired of
That's
doing it, because
cool.
her contract was coming up June 30th.
Watch
yeah,
this.
yeah.
He's gonna slip, fall, and just throw it
Oh,
off
nice.
his ass.
Look at the scratch. Nice
Hey.
stretch.
Yeah, she
Good
was.
pick.
Her contract was about done.
See you at Barstool.
That's a topic for content later on. Where does she end up next?
Think Simmons would take her?
No.
Yeah, neither do I.
No.
Think Barstool.
It's their outkick.
Outkick?
Grievance. She's going to get into grievance. That's what all these people do when they get fired for something, even though she didn't get
She
fired.
gets into politics, maybe?
She's just going to get into the grievance territory of sports media. Her and Whitlock doing a podcast.
Peanut butter skin.
Ugh.
I will forever just remember Jason Whitlock about peanut butter skin.
There's a mutual friend of ours, I will tell you off air, who has a great Jason Whitlock story. Great Jason Whitlock story.
Really?
Yep. I will tell you to ask this person.
I think I've told all of my good broadcasting stories on the air.
I haven't.
I think I've told the Gus
And I
Johnson.
won't.
I told the Gus Johnson story.
You've told that story. That was a very good story.
Have I told the Woj story?
I don't know. John loves Woj.
Woj is great. In fact, I think he just broke that Fred Hoiberg's coaching Nebraska.
Woj was super, was supposed to come on the air in Chicago radio
On the score?
on 1000. And he yelled at the 1000 producers for Mark J. Spears stealing his stories on ESPN.
Okay, that's hilarious.
And he was screaming at them about how Mark J. Spears is always stealing his reports.
he's hitting on the producer off air?
This was when Woj was at Yahoo before he went to ESPN.
Wow. That's a long
when he
time
was
ago.
competing against Mark J. Spears. And he was yelling at the ESPN producers about how Mark J. Spears was stealing his stories.
Amazing.
And the Chicago producers we don't control the ESPN.
we're Chicago.
Right.
He was mad that the ticker on ESPN television was reported by Mark J. Spears.
Unbelievable.
And he was like, we don't control the ticker. What are you? We're just Chicago radio.
I want to get mad at 1620 The Zone for a different zone station in Tennessee.
Yes.
The Zone said this.
Yeah. So
We're not all the
that's
same.
it
So when
wasn't
they,
us, I swear.
That's a good story.
but
God.
so the best story was that they did not like Woj after that.
Understandably
right? Those
so, sure.
producers, those producers worked their way up to having their own show on the air at Chicago. This was years and years and years later. And when Woj retired, left ESPN or whatever, they were playing somber music, somber bumps into the segments as as a joke.
Yeah.
That they were sad that Woj
Because they're not fans of him.
Yeah.
Nice. That's a good
There's that
story. Awesome.
You got any broadcaster stories, John Bishop?
John has a lot of them.
I talked about you on my show today.
I have a few.
I was like, we were talking about student interest in sports,
yeah.
and I was like, this is my jam. I was like, what Nebraska football in the 80s and 90s is to John Bishop is what this is to me.
Okay.
Talking about student tickets are getting sold.
Wow.
The numbers are in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They sold out the student section for hoops, John. Nebraska is a basketball school now.
Cool.
I think they're going to probably take a dip in terms of the football season tickets. I think there probably will be
With the students?
Yeah, I'm anticipating there to be not as much interest.
Meanwhile, our football season tickets when I was in school, they sold out in in April.
That's crazy.
Right away. Yep.
I think
I didn't realize they
forget how
sold them
much
that
money
early.
lost.
Yeah.
They sell them early. They sell them
Do they?
really early.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to get on them. But I stopped buying them because I would just work the games. Or I
And
would,
some broadcasting stories like Gus Johnson.
yes.
Mm.
Hurry up now. That's how he sounded. He had a weird country accent when he was talking.
Yeah.
So yeah, there it is. Cars is ruined for me because it's in Sedona.
Cars
Arizona.
is ruined.
Look at this. A nice crossover. We barely made fun of you.
Has nothing to do with it.
Barely made fun of Matt. We talked about your dating life. Got a good
We
Woj
did.
story.
You guys are interested in my dating life.
I mean,
Well,
I'll-
it gets you bring it up a lot.
I don't
here.
bring you guys bring it up more than I do.
I mean, you've brought it up
You're
quite
like,
a
I
few
want to
times.
get married.
I do. I'm lonely.
You can date.
No, I don't want to do that. I
Yeah.
don't want to. I don't
No,
want
you can date one person.
I
You
don't
have
want
all that
I don't want to
trash.
break that woman's heart. I don't want to make a girl fall in love with me and then be like, "See ya."
I like
You know?
how it's in your world. You're breaking the heart. Interesting.
Yeah,
It could happen the other way, you know.
that's true.
No, it can't.
Oh,
no way.
interesting. She could be like the Bears, where you're like, this is perfect and amazing, and oh, whoops. we
And
just
then all
threw
of a
an
sudden,
interception.
Cam Curl picks off my wedding ring. Got to the joke before you did.
Cam Curl steals your girl.
He makes a lot of money. It'd probably be very easy for him to do that.
Yeah,
Mm.
probably.
You know.
Well, Matt, good luck with your golf. Good
And
luck
my
with your
softball.
softball.
And your
Good luck
softball.
with your spikes shopping.
With my sandwich.
Good luck. Yeah, very much good luck with
my
that.
4-day-old sandwich.
I'm
that's
worried
been in the
about.
fridge.
I don't know if you guys have watched our movie yet, but
No.
Sick Tummies comes up multiple times in the Smashing Machine. So good luck to your tum tum.
I'm not taking drugs.
No, it's not drugs that got. Well, sometimes it was, but
What do you mean? Yes, it
sometimes
was.
it's other stuff. Sometimes it's other stuff. I don't want to spoil anything for the boys.
What? Mark Kerr ate too much shellfish
No.
before a fight?
Again, I'm not going to give any spoilers, but watch out for your tum
Emily
tum.
Blunt is pretty in that movie.
Watch out for your tum tum. Oh, have you seen it?
The clips.
All right, let's end the crossover.
Want to hear a funny haha joke before we leave?
Oh, I thought you were laughing at us. What happened?
No, it's a tweet.
Okay.
For those of you who haven't heard, it's possible that the Saudis are going to stop funding Live Golf,
Ha ha ha! John's going to be so
which
sad.
means the greatest golfers in the world are being denied a place to play.
Stupid ass league this whole thing was.
The Twitter account Used Golf Facts just tweeted,
was this the
hearing rumors that
Yes.
Live Golf may not be headed in the right direction.
excellent joke?
With no space between
Excellent
the
joke.
word "be" and headed.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's
So
good.
funny.
Good one. All right, boys. This was fun.
Bye, Matt.
Crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Let's get the grum going on a Wednesday, 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
This thing on? Are we on the air?
Yes.
Are we starting?
I hear you.
Yep.
What are we doing?
Well, usually we do a little bit of a tease here. We got stuff coming up today. We talk about the weather.
I make
Stuff.
a joke. You all laugh.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hello, all you fine folks.
All you cool cats and kittens.
It's so nice to have you here with us on the Grum on a Wednesday. It's nice to be here on a Wednesday.
Can you believe this?
What?
Gen Xers and their texting. You're doing a show, John.
No, I'm not
We had
texting.
a whole commercial.
I was actually opening up the My Radar app because I've been informed that there's some storms in the area. You know,
Okay.
you just mentioned we do the weather. We do the weather on the 8th.
Weather on the 8th, yeah. Or on the 31s.
Yeah, there it is. There's a little
Weather on the 31.
Is it a
pop-
cell? Is it a storm
little
cell?
cell up in northwestern
Cell.
Just a cell.
Doug-
That's one
Douglas
of my
County,
favorite Dragon Ball Z.
between here and
Ugh.
Fremont, otherwise known as like Valley.
That
That
is
is
true.
to Dragon Ball
We used to
Yes.
Wow.
I learned I took
show
golf
kicked ass.
lessons at the Valley Country Club back in the day.
Did you?
Yeah.
Must not have been
was
very
kind of-
good, am I right? Hey,
I
Hey,
mean, for the time when I was
Hey-o.
12 years old, it kind of went okay. It was fun.
nice.
I still remember that orange golf ball that I won.
Oh man,
We had a putting contest and I won. I got
is
an
it that
orange.
one? That's a storm.
Yeah, that's it. Orange golf ball. That was my favorite golf ball.
And then
And
did
I was
you ever
always
play with it?
I was always ultra careful not to lose it
Yep.
Mhm.
because I have a history of losing golf balls on the golf course.
I have some friends who are in Mexico right now, and I was texting with one of them yesterday. He was like, "We're about to go golfing. I'm hoping to shoot a 150." I don't think it was that bad, but I asked him today, "How did it go?" And he said, "I lost all of my golf balls but 2."
Wow.
How many did he go in with?
My guess would be
A full sleeve?
he probably had a dozen golf balls.
Oh.
So, that's how it goes, though. That's how it goes.
Famously, I lost 13 golf balls in 3 holes.
My
Holy
God.
crap!
How expensive are a sleeve of golf
So a
balls? What do they
sleeve is
call
just
that?
3.
Okay.
You're thinking of like a dozen golf balls.
Yeah.
What do they go for? About
They're
40
probably
bucks?
more expensive now.
My God.
A really good set of Titleist Pro V1s. Those go for $58 now.
God
Jeez.
dang.
So I mean, 3 of them would be $15. Probably.
Unbelievable. $5 a ball.
Yep.
You can buy baseball for less than that. And the baseball's bigger than a golf ball.
That's why the way to go, in my opinion, is
Is
you
disc
go
golf.
is you go to a golf course, and if they have the refurbished golf balls that they found, and you get those. I played in,
Or you just rifle through everyone else's bags while they're inside
you
drinking.
steal. That's true. I remember buying.
See if someone forgot something in the ball cleaner.
I went on a golf trip with the
Or go
guys
swimming in one of the ponds.
8 years ago, and when we went to, I think, the golf course in McCook, and they had refurbished balls for $1. And I think I bought like 15.
Yeah.
Because I know I'm going to lose these, but I got a bunch of Pro V1s. It had some marks on them. I
Do
don't
they
care.
still make them Costco balls that were supposedly really,
The
really
Kirkland
good?
ones. God, those were great
Are
golf
they-
balls.
Are they really refurbished, or did they just dig them out and then they're just reselling them for
And
$1?
they just cleaned them.
I mean, basically, it's they clean them. They're not like fixing them up, but it's
That's
like
kind of
they-
messed up.
it's
Somebody already
clean,
paid for the
clean 'em.
balls once. How come you're
$40
money.
for a dozen. I've had Kirkland golf
Wow,
balls. They're
those
pretty
are
good.
more expensive than I thought they would
Well,
be.
everything's going up in price these days, John.
Yeah.
Because they used to be cheaper. I think I got a dozen golf balls for like $25 once
Mm.
from Kirkland. Now these aren't Like the original ones apparently were even better, but these are still pretty good.
Because weren't the original ones basically just
They were Pro V1s.
Yeah, they were Pro V1s.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people were like
People were
Titleist
like-
was getting pissed.
Triggered
Exactly.
that, this discount store
Mm-hmm.
is selling golf balls that are better than the golf balls that they could get
Sindelar says, I think I
at
lost
the
like
pro shop.
25 golf balls at Heritage Hills. Wow, that is a lot of golf
It's
balls.
amazing. It's incredible.
Mm.
In this place where I lost the golf balls, no water. I mean, there was the river, but I didn't hit them in the river.
Yeah.
There's just too many damn trees.
A lot of trees.
Oh, so triggered.
A lot of trees.
So triggered.
Yep.
Well, it is a Grum on a Wednesday, and let's get to the Grum down.
Hell yeah.
Another one-run game goes red. Can I set a line or can I set a line?
Wait, on which line? Which line?
Both of them. The under hit on both.
Good job by you.
I mean, it was like
And after the first few innings, you were like, wow, the
after
over
the-
is going to
after the
easily
first
hit.
inning and a half, I'm like, I'm going to have to double this line to like 7.
Mm.
Watching batting practice, I thought, oh my God, this is ridiculous. And then no more home runs.
Because the wind changed, right? Is that what happened?
The wind
last night?
changed, but it's still, I mean, it's tiny baby ballpark, so there's a lot of home runs. And
Yeah.
it was a good night to hit home runs, but man, can I set a line?
It
or
was
can I
nice
set a
watching the
line?
game on TV, and you could, like when you watch, I mean, the weather has a look to it. A warm day has a look, a cold day has a look.
Uh-huh.
And man, watching last night, I was like, wow, it is warm outside. It is a nice night for baseball.
It was
The sun is setting.
it was picture perfect.
It really was.
Picture perfect
It
night.
really was.
UCLA streak is snapped.
Oh man, I went to
Wow.
bed before this one was over. They lost.
The
Snapped.
Bruins lost.
So they're
Reduced
not-
to Adams.
They're not going to set the record. They have a tie record now.
Well, they were 7 or 8 away from the record. I can't remember.
Well, they
exactly.
tied the Big Ten record.
Oh, well. Big Ten record was like 4.
No, it was 27, John. They'd won 27 games in a row. We
Oh.
talked about it yesterday. Come on.
Mike Farron, man of baseball, will join us today.
Yeah,
Baseball.
everything's
coming up.
fine. He just had to move to today.
The Hus bus picks up new passengers.
Choo choo. No, what does a bus go?
It's more of a honk.
Honk honk. Honk honk.
Well, it's more of that stop sign arm that comes out on the side. And
Oh,
then you
beep.
Well, that's a school
Beep.
bus.
Beep. Yeah, but all the memes of Huss are on school buses.
Oh, that makes sense, I guess.
and he does
Creighton is
coach at
school.
a school.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick. He's on the NBA.
Do you know people don't stop for school buses when the arm is out?
They're supposed to.
I know.
That's illegal.
I've seen so many people just ignore it.
You could get pulled over for that.
Can Nebraska football compete in the escalating NIL market?
Uh-oh. Topic alert.
Oh, no.
Oh. You've been teasing this topic for like 3 days. Are we
I
going to
know.
get to it today?
Probably not.
We've had so much fun this week.
It's like the Caitlin Clark of topics.
Yes, the Caitlin Clark thing.
Top of the Big Ten versus SEC depth, a graphical representation.
Love
Just
it.
recently added
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Eric Edholm of NFL.com.
NFL draft. I am all in on the draft this year, John. I have many questions for
I
Eric.
still haven't dove. I mean, usually it's like the night before is when
Yeah, well,
we'll start
I
really
can handle
looking.
this one. It's a lot of questions about that 12th pick and is it going to get traded?
Nobody cares. about
Everybody
that pick.
does. Everybody does. Everybody cares. I'll ask Eric about it.
Does Diana Rossini have a sports media future?
We tease this in the crossover.
And it is a dumb debates Wednesday.
Get him in.
You know those questions that are really weird where it's like FMK, your dog, your cat,
Yep.
a pair.
Yep.
I got a question. It's not FMK, but it's similar to that.
F the pair. I'll marry my dog,
Kill the cat.
I guess.
Yikes.
I like pairs.
And this was sent by my brother last week, and I've saved it since then.
Hmm.
About would you rather be, and the options are extraordinary. Would you rather be blank, blank, or blank? And I look forward to asking this question in the happy hour later today.
See,
But
that's
we still
what-
need more.
That's what dumb debates is all about.
Yes.
Whatever you and I got a good emailed one in today.
Nice.
And sometimes, yes, we do come up with our own.
Oh, yeah.
But you can always send us your dumb debates. There's a couple of easy ways to do it. Of course, the most common way is the liquid trucking. Zone inbox. Oh, Cardinal
Twitter
catcher.
feed.
Cardinal catcher just took one in the Jimmy.
Ouchies. My balls.
Nothing like a foul. That happened to me, and that's when I stopped catching.
I'm done with you, baseball.
I'm done with catching. Put me at third base.
Fair.
Ouch.
Put me at third base.
I played third base.
It's the only
Not
time
to
you ever
third
got there.
base. Nope. Beat you to it.
You can hit us up in the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Honk, honk.
Use the hashtag dumb debates if you are sending us a dumb debates, because it makes it easier for us to find the dumb debates because we're dummies.
Yeah. I'm a moron.
At USC 1620.
Yep.
I mean, technically, you don't even have to add it at USC 1620. As
No.
long as you just use the hashtag dumb debates, we'll find it.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of other people will find it too. But
Yeah, that's true.
Do you want those people to find it?
They.
Do you want your boss to see some of the dumb debates you send us?
Oh, man. Excellent point, Nick.
good point.
Excellent point.
You can also email your dumb debates into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. EquitableOnline.com. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Sweet.
There's also the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. 402-951-1620.
Husker Country Doc on the unsponsored YouTube chat writes, you weren't wearing a tiny baby cup, John?
Yeah, where's your
no,
tiny baby?
They
because-
don't make them that small.
Sippy cup.
Because it wouldn't have fit. I needed something much bigger.
Oh.
No, I was dumb. I didn't have a cup.
Yeah.
I was like, remember the scene in Bad News Bears when they didn't have their cups and supporters?
I never played with a cup, but I wasn't very good at baseball. I stopped playing when I was like 12. It wasn't cup time yet.
Yeah, this was practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't care about that.
Just thinking about getting hit in the jewels hurts me. I feel like
I
I'm
know.
gonna throw
It
up now.
sucks.
Ah!
It sucks.
Sometimes their dog will jump up on the couch and then.
Classic.
Ugh.
Classic dogs. They don't care about your balls.
She has sharp elbows. Why do dogs have sharp elbows?
Great point, Nick. We comment on Banks' elbows all the time.
Why do they need to be so sharp?
Why are they so sharp? How has he not punctured his skin with those elbows? Good Lord.
Tough.
Yeah.
They're tough.
Does your
That's
wood
all.
have a sharp elbow?
I mean, don't all dogs kind of have sharp
Yeah,
elbows?
what's up with Wood? How's he
Yeah,
doing
we haven't got a
these
wood update.
Yeah, is he still crying at night and stuff, waking you up? You
Oh,
still like doing the
occasionally.
playtime with him in the morning?
Yeah, occasionally.
It's important to play with your woods.
He is
Yes. Don't let your parents tell you otherwise.
he's
When you're 12.
He's growing. He's growing like a weed.
Nice.
Loves ice cubes.
Banks does not like ice cubes, but I have had dogs in the past who did
What?
enjoy. It's like it's a life hack. You want a treat? Here's a cube.
It's so great because it's
Doesn't
basically
cost me
free.
anything.
Woods will basically put anything in his mouth. He is
What was that FMK question?
so because there's now two dogs. I'm changing the water bowl out almost daily, and
Oh,
we
they don't
have
have their own separate
we
water?
have a giant, big stainless steel water bowl. It's huge,
Mhm.
and when it was just Wrigley there, maybe change it once every 4 or 5 days. But now it seems like it's every other day. And part of the reason for that is there is so much filth and trash in that thing because when Woods dives in and drinks, and he drinks a lot, all the crap that he has been eating out in the yard spills.
It's important to wash your dog's bowls.
Yeah.
I mean, it's disgusting
When we're looking for
how
like
much he puts in his mouth.
the final couple things to load the dishwasher, it's often like time to put his bowls in there again,
Mhm.
because they get nasty.
Is Woods the kind of dog whose ears will surpass his face? Like, is it a big-eared dog?
Well, he's going to get bigger though, right?
Well, I mean, he's
I mean, when he gets bigger, will his ears like get bigger than his face?
Flopsy earsies.
Flopsy earsies.
That's-
I honestly don't
Flopsy
know.
earsies.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
All right. Well, we'll find out over the course of time.
We will find out over the course of time. But Woods is doing fine. He's a little spaz. He just likes to run and play
Spazzy
and
Wood.
jump on Wrigley's back and
Nice.
do all that.
Dog.
Dog.
We're gonna probably have to put a gate up in the kitchen though, because he is insatiable. If you are making something for dinner, he is getting up there.
Classic dog stuff.
Mhm.
He will.
Dogs love food.
They do.
He could be on the other side of the room, and if he hears the dishwasher being open,
That's wild.
he will race down there because he knows dirty. The silverware.
Oh yeah, there's all
thing on
sorts
the
of
door.
stuff in there.
And we do, we put like the silverware in like bowls and stuff and put a little water in there and let them soak before you put them in the dishwasher. But there's still like residue on there.
Of course.
He just
For Banks,
I'm almost to the point where I'm just like, I'm not going to bother putting them in the thing anymore. I'm just going to lay them out on the floor.
Let him
just lick them clean,
lick.
and then put them in the dishwasher.
For Banks,
Hey,
it is
Daddy told him, lick.
the cheese drawer in the fridge. That thing opens, and he's immediately like, "What are we getting? Do I get the cheese tax today?" But if it's pepper jack cheese, I say no, because then your poop would be nasty.
It's our pantry for Misty because that's where her treats are kept.
Classic. God, dogs are great.
I love dogs.
We also love Mike Farron.
Who's coming up next? He kind of looks like a dog.
Full question.
Does Mike
Instapoll.
What kind of
Instapoll,
dog
does
is
Mike Farron look like a dog?
Nice.
Oh, we do need to do the Instapoll. Don't tell him about the Instapoll, but we need to do an Instapoll.
Does
Is
Mike
it,
Farron look
no,
like a
is
dog?
it too early to tell?
Oh, okay, great. Yeah.
Too early to tell,
All right,
yes or no.
perfect. I'll
And
have
we'll
it
just
ready.
put it up there, put it on the screen, and we'll see how he reacts.
All right, perfect.
All right, we'll be back with Mike Farron on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Marcus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
There he is, Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio and ESPN. What games you got this weekend?
I am leaving tomorrow for NC State Wake Forest on Friday.
Nice.
And then Saturday night, a special one. I've got Georgia State and Coastal Carolina from Conway. Mike Rooney and I will be enjoying baseball at the beach, a little Fun Belt action. Woo!
Oh, no. You at the beach. This is very concerning.
True story. This is the first time my wife has ever agreed to go on a trip with me for college baseball because it's Myrtle Beach and she grew up going as a kid. So, yeah, so we're going to spend a couple of days there afterwards, and then I'll be running the gauntlet of ACC again. So,
love it.
Wow.
Love it.
That's
Gotta love it.
awesome.
As we mentioned, going into break, the UCLA streak is over. It's done. I can't believe it. They fell to Cal Santa Barbara. 27, right? 27 in a row?
27 in a row. Yeah, 34 is the record. 27 in a row. It's pretty incredible.
Incredible. I saw that. Did Rock get hurt in that game?
He had a hit on the wrist during a double play, but I think he's okay. As far as I know, he's okay.
Rock Chalowski, the great shortstop.
You getting excited for Nebraska to make their first College World Series in 21 years, Mike?
I mean, I'm getting excited about like winning a series at Oregon would have been really big for their chances of hosting.
Yes.
But I think it's a non-zero chance if they finish strong that they end up playing games at Haymarket. And they're going to have to beat USC this weekend, right? They have USC at home,
Yes.
I think, right? That should be a good series. USC can really pitch. They're a little bit more offensively challenged. I think Nebraska might be a more complete team, really, on paper. I really like this Nebraska team a lot. I think they're last year's I thought was just kind of old. They weren't super athletic. I know they still made the tournament, but I wasn't crazy about last year's team. This year's team I'm really in on. I think they're very good. And the Big Ten's going to end up with 2 and maybe 3 hosts. I mean, obviously UCLA, I think USC is pretty well positioned right now. Oregon is the other one. I think Oregon's team is good enough to go all the way to Omaha. But so, one of those teams will likely, we'll have a chance, I think, to be able to join, what's UCLA and currently USC. USC could fade backwards a little bit. So, I mean, it could be UCLA, Nebraska, Oregon. It could just be 2 of those teams, but I think it's pretty exciting. The top of the Big Ten feels pretty good this year.
It very much does.
It's a lineup that top to bottom there's a lot of hard outs.
Yeah.
A lot of hard outs. I mean, this is one of the more complete lineups that they've had in 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean in terms of offense, I mean, the top line pitching was better, obviously, 20 years ago, but this group's pretty good too. And Unger has turned into a hell of a closer out of nowhere. I mean, the kid was a nothing last year in terms of he pitched like 5-6 innings.
Yeah.
Unger's turned into a hell of a closer. This is a really good team.
I think Dylan Curry is a no doubt star, right? Like he's a monster. But the power from Jet Buck, I think, is something that was another thing. Last year's team, for as old and physical as they weren't really a power laden squad.
No,
to me, there's more power with this group too. So I really like where they're at. I think they're a no doubt at large bid, right? If they don't win the Big Ten tournament, they're absolutely getting in the field.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to want to play them. Like, I mean, I think they are good enough that if they show up as a 2 seed in your regional, you ain't going to be happy about it. Like they are not going to be a team that you want to play in May and June. I'm really excited about them. You really want to face Carson Jasa as like, if you're in a 1-0 game and you're a top seed and you're facing Jasa in the second game, forget it.
Yeah. No,
Hmm.
it's going to be tough. No doubt about it. Speaking of power, Mike Trout.
The majors.
He's homered in back-to-back days.
Yeah,
he could be the first. He could be the first visiting player to homer in 3 straight games at Yankee Stadium since 2013.
Wow, it's been
if he
a long
homers
time.
today. And then, of course, he and Judge had the Homer-thon
Monday
2 nights ago,
Yep.
which was truly exciting. You know, I was laying in bed because I couldn't get to sleep for some reason, racking my brain about comparable superstars to Mike Trout, guys that have always been really, really good, but then you just kind of forget about them because they play for either mediocre or bad teams. And then there's so many other players who are a little more flashier or have, you know, things like Judge. I mean, Judge has, you know, the All Rise and all the other stuff, and he plays for the Yankees. He is one of the most anonymous superstars that I can think of in my lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of that is because he's hurt a lot too. You know what I mean? Like
that's true.
I'm sure he played 130 games. I mean, maybe it's just because I'm so baseball centric. I don't ever really think of Mike Trout as being anonymous, right? I think he's a guy that we've been more disappointed that he hasn't been on the field for as much over the last 5 years. But I mean, you're talking about an inner circle all-time great. As far as postseason appearances go, you know, not getting a chance to play on the biggest stage, but we certainly have seen that with star players before.
Ernie Banks, right?
Yeah, well, Ernie Banks never played in a single postseason game.
Nope.
That's crazy.
Trout had. It's hard to believe, but yeah, he was 1 for 10.
They got swept by the Royals that one year, right?
Yeah, when they had the best record in baseball. I think they won 98 games that year. So, yeah, I'm not sure that I necessarily agree that he's anonymous, but he certainly has. Let's just say that his star has faded faster than most players of his ilk have because of the injuries and because the Angels have sucked for a long time now.
Yes.
Yeah. Mike, too early to tell aside, what has surprised you 3 weeks into the regular season from a positive and a negative perspective so far this year?
From a positive and a negative perspective, I think, well, I haven't thought of it quite in that way. I would say Pittsburgh has been a real positive surprise. The fact that their offense has been as frisky as it has been, you know, I thought it was going to be better. I didn't know that I had like 4th in the National League or 5th in the National League in runs scored at this point. I think that's a real positive. You know, I think the Diamondbacks just went through a 3-series road trip on the East Coast where they went 6-3 against the Mets, Phillies, and Orioles. And I think coming into the season, you would have looked at that and said, boy, that's a tough road to hoe. But they just took 2 out of 3 from Baltimore. Finishing up that series today, I'd say that's a real positive. That's a team that I think is competitive enough to be able to win one of the playoff spots in the National League. On the flip side, I mean, I think the things that have been maybe most surprising, I don't know if I'm surprised that the Mets got off to a slow start, but it hasn't looked great. I think it's a talented team, just hasn't looked real good so far. I think Boston being 6-11 coming into today, I think they're pasting the Twins right now, so they get win number 7. But like the Red Sox being tied for the worst record in baseball at this point, not something that I had on the bingo card. So I would say that's one of the bigger surprises to this point. So those are kind of, I mean, just looking at it from a team standpoint, those are the ones that probably stand out the most to me.
I'm declaring it right now. This Grum is on Pirate Playoff watch.
Is it?
Yep. It's not too early to tell. I'm on Pirate Playoff watch. It's a good team. It's a really good team. And the rest of the division is kind of, you know, the Cubs.
I don't agree. I think the rest of the division's stronger than it's been in a long time.
Well,
I'm saying
really pretty good. But I'm saying the Pirates have gotten strong enough now. So they are legit in terms of, you know, possibly making a playoff run.
I was talking about this with my neighbor the other day, who's a big Cub fan, and we were saying like the top of that division. There's 4 teams that really. I assume
you were talking him off the ledge because he was ready to.
Yeah,
jump.
He saw me walking down the street. And he pulled over. So this is a true story. Like Phoenix, Arizona, right? Dude was my freshman year PE student teacher. Lives 5 doors down from me. His youngest brother coached my youngest brother in high school baseball, right? Like small world, right?
Incredible.
So I've known Tim's family like my entire life, right? So so we were just kind of shooting the breeze. He was on his way to work. He actually works in helmets, in football helmets. So that's a nice gig too, right? So
you got to have helmets.
Shout out for Riddell. Always got to have good helmets. But so we were just kind of talking about it. I was like, man, like the top of the division's really good. I mean, Milwaukee's not going anywhere. I know they've had a rough last week and they're battling injuries. Cincinnati is going to get healthier on the mound. I really like a lot of their young position players. I think Pittsburgh's offense is probably a little over their skis right now, but they're certainly better. And their pitching is real. So, and I still think the Cubs are the most talented team. I know they've been battling injuries, but on paper, that's a pretty good squad. I thought it was an important win for them yesterday. The offense seems to be perking up a little bit. And so I think they're going to trend in the right direction. But I think it's rare to see 4 teams in the Central where you feel like, a lot of them have chances, or all of them have chances to be able to get to the postseason. The only one that really doesn't is the Cardinals. And I know that breaks your heart, John.
I don't know about that. I mean,
5-3.
if Jordan Walker keeps hitting home runs, he gives them.
Your fantasy team?
I should have. If I did have a fantasy team, I would like to have him on.
Yeah,
because he has joined a very elite group. Did you know this?
Is Jordan this Walker, graphic that you're about to show?
No, it's not. Okay. It's a different graphic. But
okay.
He, Stan Musial, Scott Rowland, Mark McGuire, Albert Pujols, 8 home runs for 16 games. Those are the only Cardinals to do it.
I know the names of all of those players.
Those are all
wow.
Really
those guys are historic.
There's the most pleasant surprise of the season right there. Josh knows players.
I know players. Speaking of things that I know, Mike, I know how to read, and I was reading yesterday Jim Bowden of The Athletic.
Bowden.
He says not only is parody Bowden. Well, I don't know how to read. Shout out to Jim. So he says, not only is parity real, but outside of the NL West, where I believe the Dodgers will win the division by 10 games or more, I think we'll have legitimate 3-team or more races for the division titles. Do you agree for the other 5? 3-team races or more?
I mean, I think there's probably 4 teams in the end in the AL East that are in the mix. I think it might be 3 teams in the AL Central. The West, I'm not quite sure. I think AL West might have 2. I think the Central we just talked about. And the East, I think, in the end, now he's much higher on the Marlins than I am. Yeah. I think, Mets, Braves, Phillies are all going to be in the mix. So, yeah, I think that's probably true. I think but I don't know that that's really all that dissimilar from what we've had over the last several years in most of the divisions. I mean, the Brewers kind of created some separation in the Central in the second half last year, but half that division made the postseason too, because Cincinnati made it. Everybody forgets that Cincinnati made the playoffs because they played late at night and were gone in 2 days. But
that's right. They got stuck with the Dodgers.
Sometimes you go 2-2.
Games?
Oh, it was, yeah.
They were gone very fast.
The Reds made the playoffs,
Hunter Green going. And
you want to talk about anonymous.
They were getting boat raced in those games, right?
Yeah,
they got destroyed.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't good. Yeah.
No, it wasn't good at all.
But I think we've been kind of trending in this direction too. And I would say that the Dodgers are more vulnerable than their early season record shows. That's because they have a lot of pitchers with an injury history, and they have a lineup that's old now. I mean, the average age of their lineup is almost 31. And I think they're going to battle probably some nicks and scratches from those guys as the year goes on. I mean, they're already without Mookie Betts right now. So I think that he's probably right that there are going to be a lot of multi-team races, but I don't know that it's all that much different than it has been over the last several years. I mean, the goal is make the playoffs now, right? This new postseason format, and I say new, I mean, it's been around now for 5 years, is really a great equalizer, because if you get in, you've got a chance. And that's, I think it plays much better than the former 1-game wild card does in terms of fairness. And if you're a smaller market team that doesn't feel like they can compete with the big boys and the Dodgers, but you can be a competitive team, you still got a chance, because once you get into the playoffs, anything can happen.
This has been the early trend in baseball, but signing young prospects, the Marlins, or not the Marlins, I'm sorry, the Brewers have done it, the Pirates have done it, the Mariners did it, and today the Tigers locked up Kevin McGonigal, one of their youngest top stars, 21-year-old, to a long-term lengthy contract. We haven't talked about it from this angle, Mike. I'm curious if the uncertainty about the future of the CBA and potential lockout has any bearing on some of these deals.
Yeah, I'd asked about that too, and a lot of it was, there was a lot of cold water thrown on that idea, because I'd seen a couple other people float it anyway. I mean, there's going to be a lockout on December 1st. The question is whether or not it's going to end up costing people games, right? Costing teams games. And I'm still skeptical that when push comes to shove, that'll end up happening. But there is going to be a lockout. I think, part of Jim Bowden's point was that, like, for all the screaming of owners about how the salary cap is what helps to equal the playing field, like, that's really not the case. I mean, we've got a lot more history than just the parity through the first 2 weeks of a major league season to show that it's really about controlling cost. It's not about leveling the playing field. And so I think that there's, like, all of those economic issues are going to come to fruition. If there were or come to a head, I think, but, like, I think that there's if you did go down a road where there ended up being a cap and it was some sort of hard cap where the contracts had to be reduced on teams, I think you're looking at some sort of a grandfather period that would probably extend, beyond the life of a collective bargaining agreement, even, in order for that to happen, just because the nature of baseball contracts are longer term and guaranteed. So I don't think in the end it makes much sense that it did. Like, from the surface, I can certainly understand it, but baseball's contracts are far more complicated in that regard. And so I think it's just more like this is an opportunity to ensure that you're keeping your young talent in a uniform for as long as possible. And when guys are getting to the big leagues at 21 years old, signing an 8-year deal means that they still have a chance to test free agency and have 3 or 4 prime years left the teams are willing to pay for. So I think that's probably just it's more a factor of players getting to the big leagues younger than it is on the potential work stoppage and what a new economic system would look like in baseball if in fact there is one that looks markedly different. And I'm still skeptical that'll be the case.
I don't know, Mike, if I knew that you didn't think we would lose games next year. I think that might be the first time I've heard you say that.
I think that when you look at the history of collective bargaining, like, it's when push comes to shove, the owners don't want to lose the revenue. And so, like, the offers got better in the last lockout once the league said it was going to cancel games, and then you notice we got them all in. So I think that I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of saber rattling. There's going to be a lot of annoying conversations. There's going to be back and forth. There's going to be a month of protracted periods of negotiation, and then something will get done, and we'll just all wonder why you couldn't have started doing that in April so that we didn't have to sit through a winter of crap.
Yeah.
The winter of crap.
Sounds like a lot of winners around here.
This is the 50th anniversary or 50th year since free agency. I don't know if you saw this, but ESPN did and they used a point system, and it was, as Bill Callahan would say, it's too technical for you. But these are the most impactful free agent signings of the last 50 years. Barry Bonds, number 1. Greg Maddux, number 2. David Ortiz, number 3. Nick, Larry Walker, number 4.
Oh, Rocktober.
Randy Johnson, 5. Craig Biggio, who re-signed with the Astros as a free agent.
That doesn't count.
That's what they put on
That's
there.
weak.
Which time that Ricky signed with the A's.
Adrian Beltre, Manny Ramirez, and Bobby Grich. A deep one.
How much did they emphasize titles? Because like Ortiz and Ramirez, those guys helped.
Well, first of all, Ortiz was non-tendered by the Twins. It wasn't a true free agent signing. He was dropped from the roster by
They
Minnesota.
needed you to help out with this list.
So that to me is like, he was technically a free agent, but that, like, Manny Ramirez to me is one of the great free agent signings of all time. I mean, he should be. Bonds, I think, is certainly that first contract that he had with the Giants, he more than lived up to. But I would put Manny probably right there with Maddux in terms of the free agents. Randy Johnson signed a 4-year contract and won the Cy Young Award in all 4 years. I mean, you're hard pressed to not say that's
huge.
One of the best of all time, right? Beltre changed the complexion of the Rangers, but, like, you could make the argument that his best year was actually the year before he joined Texas when he was with the Red Sox, and kind of recouped all that value that he had. In fact, you might be able to say that the best free agent signing was when the Dodgers re-signed him after he was declared a free agent, because they found out that he was younger than 16 when he signed his initial deal with the Dodgers, and the league had him test free agency. Go back and look at that one in Adrian Beltre's history. That one's kind of an interesting story. So I think there's a few in there. Larry Walker obviously brought some credibility to the Rockies. To me, it's a little bit higher on that list than he should be. Bobby Grich I think that was an important deal just because of him leaving Baltimore, and he was one of the best second basemen of all time. My guess is whoever I'm going to guess that Dave Schoenfeld put together this list, or
I believe so.
Yeah. So I mean, my guess Dave's
Bradford Doolittle.
Oh,
Bradford
Doolittle
Doolittle did. Okay, so that would have been my other guest on it. So Bobby Grich is a statistical darling because you can make the case that he should be in the Hall of Fame based on his numbers when you compare it to other second basemen, and that's certainly where Bradford's bread is buttered. So I think that that's why he's on that list. I don't know. It feels like most lists like that. I feel like there's usually a handful of omissions.
We were watching the Mariners game the other night when they brought back Randy Johnson to retire his jersey, I believe. I would assume it was that.
They hadn't retired his jersey yet?
That was her reaction, too.
Hope they gave him a statue that didn't break.
But then ended up going down the rabbit hole of, or maybe it was the Diamondbacks. Either way, I ended up looking at the 2001 World Series stuff with him.
Of course you did.
I love the world. That Mike is the best World Series ever. It's like the first one I really remember. But man, what he was able to do. I mean, he pitched game 6 and then he came back in relief in game 7.
Yeah, and gave up a home run to Alfonso Soriano too in game 7. Remember, they nearly lost that game after he gave.
Yeah, my parents made me go to bed and I missed the end of it, and that's why I don't care about baseball as much. Blame my parents, Mike. It's not my fault. I could have fallen in love with the game, but they were like, "Hey, it's over. You want to come down and see the celebration?"
Okay,
no,
millennial. Let's take it down a little bit. Yeah, I mean, Randy was incredible in that postseason. I mean, he and Kurt Schilling shared the World Series MVP award. Johnson was terrific. Like, he was outstanding, and that helped to make, that helped to cement his legacy, right? I mean, 4,000 strikeouts and 300 wins and 4 consecutive Cy Young awards. And he's just one of the great left-handed pitchers of all time, if not, the greatest. So apologies to Warren Spahn in that, but Johnson's right up there. It's like Johnson and Koufax and Spahn and, I don't know, you just go back to Lefty Grove, but to me, he was unbelievable. And I get to spend time with Randy every now and again, which is really funny because he was so intense as a player, and now we call him the Big Chatty because he won't stop talking. He's just he saved up conversations for 20 years, and now he wants to talk.
That's good.
Yeah, he looks like a guy who back in the day would have been scary to talk to because he was so intense.
He also scared the birds.
He too.
All right, as we leave, it is time for the Pete Rose bet of the day.
Okay.
Put everything you own on the Chicago White Sox tonight.
Why? Who are they playing?
Because they are playing the Tampa Bay Rays.
What's going on with them?
The Tampa Bay Rays in the last 15 years are 0-15 on Jackie Robinson Day.
Is that true?
Yes.
Wow. That's like the Ravens being undefeated in preseason.
Exactly.
That's weird.
So put all your money on the Chicago White Sox tonight.
All right.
There you go. Pete Rose bet of the day. Guaranteed.
Wow. That's good. I mean, really, if you'd wanted to do it, the Pete Rose bet of the day, you would have bet on your own team, right? Like, that's what you would have had to do to.
That's actually
well. If Rose would have played long enough, he would have ended up as a Tampa Bay Ray because he was just kind of bouncing from team to team.
He was at the Reds at the end,
right? But I mean, before that, it was like every other year. It felt like he was changing teams.
Well, he's with the Phillies, the Expos. He was at the Expos for like an hour. Come on.
And he grounded in one of the greatest double plays of all time. The one where he hit Lee Smith's ass and it popped up into the air and it got caught and they doubled off the guy at first.
Hey, did you see Lee Smith? Lee Smith was in the news today. Did you see that?
No. What happened?
Well, it's good. Kenley Jansen passed him on the all-time saves list for 3rd place.
Wow.
Lee held that record for like 14 years.
He did.
It was a long time that he was the all-time saves leader. Yeah, but so he's now 4th on the list. Kenley Jansen. Hats off to Kenley, who's closing in on 500 for his career. So,
by the way, it was that play that evoked the famous Harry Carey line, "The good Lord wants the Cubs to win."
Oh, that's so exciting.
Yeah. He used to say that about the Cardinals too, right? And the White Sox,
but then the Cardinals framed him like Diana Rossini, and they fired him.
I do appreciate the way that you and Josh hold hands just as good friends.
We love interlocking fingers. It's how we roll, Mike.
That's
what happens when you've been doing a show together for.
I know that all my sources, I hold hands with them just like that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take a booth photo this year at the College World Series of interlocking. In fact, you and Runes should do that this weekend in at Coastal Carolina because you'll be on a beach.
On a
together.
beach.
That is true. We will be on the beach together. Baseball at the beach.
Have your wife take the photo from like 100 yards away.
Yeah, she has enough of my BS with runes, so I think she's going to probably try and avoid us.
That's a good idea.
Understandable.
All right. See ya.
Bye, Mike.
See you, boys. Talk to you next week from the beach.
From the beach.
beach.
He'll be on the beach.
On the phone.
On the phone. Farron phone returns.
Oh, man. Sounds like he's calling from inside a hole. By the way, our first Is It Too Early to Tell poll with Mr. Mike Farron is done. 78% say yes, it is too early to tell. He has trained our listeners well.
Instapoll.
Instapoll. I heard the morning show. They did an Instapoll today for the first time.
Did they?
They were like, how do you do it? And they figured it out on the air together.
Wow,
It
on
was
their
cool.
own.
Good job by you, Connor. Good job by you.
We love a good Insta poll.
We do love a good Instapoll.
All right. Coming up, it was a big portal day for the Blue Jays. Also,
Yeah.
Eric Edholm will join us.
Hell yeah, football, baby. It's time. You got to get into football mode in your minds, everybody, and I'm here to help you, and so is Eric.
See, here's the annoying thing about how Nick has this thing set up. So I want to switch to another game, but I don't know which game to switch to because I want to go to a close game.
Give me the remote, you big baby. I'll turn it off.
No, it's too late.
No, it's not.
No,
too late.
I'm not going to ruin your little settings.
I'll do it on my phone.
I'm not going to ruin
Wow,
your little settings.
you are allowing us to bully you, Nick, into doing something you don't want to do?
No, I've realized it doesn't make sense that I do that. I don't know why I have it set up that way.
Because you don't want to be spoiled.
Yeah, I don't really care, though.
Okay, well, then good.
I don't know why I had that set up.
Yeah, well, that's what we were saying, too.
We will continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. If you would have told me in 1983, as I was plugging quarters into a Donkey Kong machine at WC Fields, that one day the future of video games would be people simulating fixing cars, I would have said, damn, I guess video games died, didn't they?
I've had such a good time
Mick
playing
literally
this game.
spent the entire break explaining to me this new video game where he is simulating being a car repairman.
And he did that to me yesterday.
Car Mechanic Simulator. It's awesome. I'm playing 21. The new one comes out soon, though.
By the way, it is now being reported all around the horn. Saw Mike Sauter do it, among others.
Oh, John Walker.
That BJ Davis, the point guard transfer from San Diego State, is committed to Creighton.
Yesterday they get an Enos. Today they get a BJ.
Yep.
What is next for Creighton basketball?
2 years ago,
This rocks.
2 years
The
ago they
Huskers
had a
is off to
call.
a start.
Last year they had a Dix.
Wow, this is amazing.
I just like it because they're very easy
Jim
names
Bob
to
Cooter
say.
going to come and run the offense for the Creighton Blue Jays?
I don't know.
There's one thing for sure, though. This is a rock solid team.
Oh, absolutely it is. Absolutely it is.
But yeah, yesterday all this news came
Guys are
in
thick.
in
Girth.
It's a little forced.
Or is it firm? Sorry, John. Keep going.
all these commits just kind of exploded all over the place.
Yeah.
For Creighton, they got the BJ Davis.
Other
they got
schools got to clean up their boards a little bit because they're missing out on these guys.
Wes Enos, who last year hit over 100 threes.
I'm glad they're pointing in the right direction.
At South Florida. Davis, who, as I mentioned, was a point guard. And then the backup center, or at least
That
what we
is
presume
point
to be
guard.
the backup center next year, Wesley Rosa. 7'2" sophomore who in junior college averaged almost 4 blocks. per game.
7'2". Is he sure he made the right decision? He should go to Purdue, probably. That's where all the 7'2" guys go.
Pretty big.
Mhm.
Pretty big. But I
Wow.
saw Jacob Padilla.
What did he say?
He catching
He's still
up.
sad about the Suns, I imagine.
Probably.
Sorry, Jacob.
But one of the evaluations that he quoted from an opposing coach, he can really shoot it, can be streaky, go through cold spells, but when he's on, there's not many better shooters in America. He's a big-time competitor. And John Walker quoted Wes Enos directly, said they're going to get a person who's going to put their head down and work really hard. And, you know, when you got a guy who was an All-American at the D2 level before he went to South Florida, you know, those are the types, those are the kind of the grinder, you know, who has to prove themselves all the time.
Yeah,
And then,
what's his name a handful of years ago who made the jump up, and he was really good in 2021, 2022.
oh yeah, with
Why can't I think of his name? Northwest Missouri State.
Yep.
Is that where he was at?
yeah,
You remember that guy? He probably had some euphemism of a name too. Balls or whatever his name was. Gosh, what was his name? He was
Ryan
good.
Hawkins.
Ryan Hawkins. He was fun to watch.
Thank
he
you,
made
Johnson Testicles.
He was
made the
he was the glue guy that got those young
Yeah.
Jays into the NCAA tournament and almost
Glue
upset
guy?
Kansas.
Yeah, he had a nice jump up a level, up a few levels from D2 to D1.
This all came on the same day where Alan Huss, who was interviewing with Tom Chattel at the World Herald, kind of confirmed the quotes going around, because there's a lot of people around college basketball saying if you're under 12 million in NIL, you're in trouble. Talking about basketball, of course.
Yes.
And Huss's quote was, a lot of numbers aren't real, he said to Chattel. The best way to get clicks on social media is to throw that out there. I think we saw that last year with Owen Freeman allegedly making these massive amounts. Owen was paid well, but it was not anywhere near what people thought.
But then he says, but that $12 million number is accurate.
Yes, but the $12 million number is accurate.
Uh-huh. And we talked about this a little bit a couple days ago, you know, how the numbers just keep going up exponentially, and it will not continue to go up this way because in a decade it would be $900 million or whatever
Yeah.
it was that Peter
Yeah.
sent us. But that's interesting that he acknowledges that fact, because we always hear that, right?
Mhm.
Best way to get clicks. It's not always real. People have rumors about an Owen Freeman. There are rumors about all sorts of players, but the $12 million number is accurate. Pretty interesting. And we've heard
Yeah.
the number for Nebraska is $8 million. So, you know, $8 million last year, 2 years ago, you're looking pretty good. Now you're still $4 million behind everybody else. You
Yeah.
need to increase your budget by 50 million or 50% if you're going to make it.
By the way, according to 24/7 Sports, Creighton currently 14th in the portal class rankings, with Louisville, who's gotten a big haul. Number 1, Indiana, Texas, Xavier, and Tennessee, the top 5. Nebraska currently just sitting on the 1. However, I did see somewhere
The guy from Boston College. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Phelan's at the bottom of that pile.
Bodie Kapkin. Or no,
yes. Bowden
Kapke, who played at Butler. He was at Butler 2 years ago, then transferred to BC. Robin Washut has put in a, what do they call
RPM.
Thank you. I don't want to quote the wrong gimmick.
Oh man, RPMs are what cars do.
It is, Josh. Good job.
I'm gonna play video games when I get home tonight.
Let me repair cars.
Nick will repair his cars. But yes, he put in a prediction for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing that's probably going to land because, Robin's pretty plugged into what Nebraska is doing.
And
that's
guess
why we
what?
call him Mr. Plug.
We'll have Mr. Plug on the show tomorrow in the 3:00 hour.
Sparky Plug? Is that what we're going to call him?
I thought, that's what Nick would
that's
call
what Nick
him.
would probably call him.
I replaced some of those last night.
What on earth? Your fiance is out of town and you're playing this?
Yeah. That's what I'm doing with my night.
You could do so many things. So many things.
I have done so many things. I fixed a BMW. I fixed a Nissan.
On a video game. Unreal.
Had a Mini Cooper in there once.
Unreal.
Coming up next, we're going to show you graphically how SP Plus looks at the power conferences. This was kind of an interesting chart.
Yes, it was.
Very interesting chart. And Eric at home will be coming up.
By the way, we were trying to figure out what the euphemism was. Thank you to Sindelar for reminding me. It was Ryan Hawk-Tua-Kins who was on the Blue Jays a few years ago.
God. There's one for every, isn't it? One for every taste.
There certainly is.
Quick reminder that from us to you, we have your chance to win Bert Kreischer tickets. He is back in the Metro later this year, December 6th at the Mid-America Center for his Permission to Party World Tour. We've got your chance to win tickets later this week here on the program. Also, double your chances, and you can enter to win online at 1620thezone.com. Reminder, we've got a 2-for-1. It's called a zone deal. It's for Churco. Fresh pastas handcrafted daily. House dry-aged steaks. Focaccia bread baked daily. It's Churco. 192nd and Q. You can listen to Middays with Matt for your chance to win $50 in gift vouchers or receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for only $25. More details online at 1620thezone.com. Yes, I've been sitting on this for a couple of days, but now we're
getting to it.
So we had Bill Conley on the Grum last week.
Shout out, Bill.
His preseason.
He's way too early, some would say.
Well, his is
It's
at least
never too early.
His is
Arrives
scientifically
precisely
based,
what it
using
means to.
his formula.
Yeah.
This isn't some
Ravioli,
random
ravioli.
opinion. This is his formula using all of the different things that he has.
If you think about it, a formula is just a computer opinion.
That's true. And the computer that he uses is SP+.
But I thought it was an interesting graphical representation. It is showing all of the Power 4 schools, minus Notre Dame, because Notre Dame famously is not in a conference, comparing the SEC, Big 10, Big 12, and ACC. So imagine, if you will, a chart that shows the highest ranked team in each conference and where they sit relative to the SP+. And of course, it just moves from left to right in descending order from the best team in the conference to the worst team in the conference. And
sorry, Purdue.
The
Are you?
how the top 3 teams in Bill's early preseason SP+, the top 3 Big 10 teams rate higher than the top 3 SEC teams, at least in terms of 1-to-1. So, for example, Ohio State, miles ahead of Georgia.
Yeah.
Sizable gap down to Georgia as the best Big 10 team versus the best SEC team. Oregon with a pretty sizable edge.
And Oregon's well over Georgia, too.
Oregon ahead of Texas. Indiana, who basically has the same overall SP+ as Georgia, but in comparison to the third best SEC team,
Again, yeah.
ahead of Texas A&M. But then starting with 4th on down, all of the SEC schools rate higher than their commensurate ranked team in the Big 10. LSU ahead of Southern California, Alabama ahead of Michigan, Oklahoma ahead of
Penn State.
That is Penn State. Thank you. Tennessee ahead of Washington, Ole Miss ahead of Iowa, Florida ahead of Illinois, and coming in at number 10, the 10th best Big 10 team, according to Bill's SP+, is, of course, your Nebraska Cornhuskers, but they are quite a ways behind the 10th best SEC team, according to his rankings, the Missouri Tigers.
Yes.
But I thought this was we talked about it a lot last year. How the top of the Big 10 is better than the top of the SEC, but the SEC has a lot more balance across the board in terms of depth.
See, now I still disagree with that assertion, though, because I don't think Illinois, for example, who is a part of this muddy middle, as it were, I don't think they're behind Florida. I definitely don't think they're that far behind Florida.
Well, they are.
No, but I don't think they are.
Right.
I don't think they are.
So
I think Florida would lose to Illinois.
So that's your so you disagree with Bill's assertion.
I don't
disagree with SP+. You hate SP+.
Sorry, SP+. I despise you now. No, I don't. Are we sure? I mean, Ole Miss is different, but are we sure Iowa is that far behind? They're definitely not behind Florida. They're definitely not behind Missouri. They're definitely I don't think that is the case. You know, those other teams, I don't know. I think I'm bullish on USC. I'm bullish on Iowa. I'm bullish on Washington. So I mean, I do disagree a little bit. I didn't think that the middle of the SEC was that much better than the middle of the Big Ten. I made that argument throughout much of last year. And in the end, I can't prove it or not because the middle of that league didn't make it to the playoff. The middle of the SEC did. And all those teams lost essentially when they weren't playing themselves or, Tulane. They all lost. They all struggled in the playoff. I can't prove that though. Iowa didn't make it to the playoff. Michigan didn't make it to the playoff. Penn State didn't make it. Well, Penn State, of course, didn't make it to the playoff, etc. And then I can use bowl games, but bowl games don't matter, right? Like Iowa whooped up on Vandy. And I know this is projecting. Diego Pavia, he ain't there anymore. But Iowa, they dominated that game. And yet throughout the regular season, everybody viewed Vandy is a much better team than the Hawkeyes. Everybody.
According to Bill's rankings, it also shows how Texas Tech and Miami
They are so far and above everybody
are
else.
far and away ahead of the rest of their respective conferences, with
I would agree
BYU
with
a
that.
distant second, Clemson a distant second.
Yeah, I would agree with
And then how close every commensurate third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and so on place team in the Big 12 and the ACC are almost overlapping.
Seriously, it's like a funhouse mirror when you get to those teams. And so the ones that can rise up a little bit are going to be massive for those teams at the top. If Texas Tech and or Miami are going to get, into the top 4 and have a bye week in the playoff, like they need some help with their contemporaries inside the league. The other thing that I wonder about, going back to the mid-pack of the Big Ten and the SEC, is which of those teams can emerge. It's interesting. LSU, year one of a coach that I think we're very much in agreement on is awesome as a coach, in Lane Kiffin. Are they going to be the 4th SEC team? Because if so, they're probably a playoff team this year. Bama, are they going to be 5th? Is Oklahoma going to be 6th? What about Ole Miss? They got Chambliss back, but they also have a new head coach.
Correct.
How does that end up working out? Tennessee, a lot of folks are talking about them right now. They took a step back last year, a year removed from making it to the playoff. And then, year one for Michigan, year one for Penn State. Is either of those teams going to be able to stay in this neck of the woods, or would they fall back a little bit? I can't wait to find out.
It also, when you look at college football playoff odds, look at how heavy some of these favorites are to make the playoff.
Make the playoff, okay.
To make the playoff. Notre Dame is minus 700 to make the playoff. Texas Tech is minus 370. Indiana minus 330. Miami minus 280. Oregon minus 270. This again means you have to bet for Oregon $270 to win $100.
Yeah.
They are that big of a favorite. Ohio State minus 240.
How about that? Indiana and Oregon have better odds to make the play. Now, that said, Ohio State's schedule is brutal. But given that they're the SP Plus number 1 team, that's pretty interesting to me.
And then you look at the back end of the pack, and this is highlighting some of Nebraska's opponents. All right, so we already know that they're playing the top 3 in the conference, but then they also draw Washington. Washington's plus 550 to make the playoff. Iowa's plus 800 to make the playoff. Illinois is plus 2,200. Nebraska's plus 3,000 to make the playoff.
Interesting.
That's 30-1 odds, by the way. That graph, though, going back to that graph,
yeah,
it's going to be an interesting year in terms of how how the rest of the playoff field is filled, because it seems so. And I know we do this every year. There's going to be teams that are at the top that are going to slide back. It just always happens.
Yep.
But how many of those teams in the middle emerge as legit playoff contenders? Is it that tightly packed a field, or is it going to sort itself out? Because for the most part, outside of the Notre Dame controversy, the 12-team field kind of sorted itself out.
It very much did. It very much did.
It wasn't that stressful of an exercise, save for one team.
Yeah.
Will it be that way again this year?
We shall find out.
We shall find out.
It'll be here before you know it.
Several months away.
But time flies when you're having fun and talking ball with your buds.
This is why the 12-team playoff is perfect, and it doesn't need to be changed or expanded in
Excellent.
any way.
A couple tweaks that I would offer, but I agree with you for the most part. More home games. But otherwise, Nick, a good take by you.
Good takes coming up on the NFL with our friend Eric Edholm of NFL.com. Next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Did you know that the NFL draft is next week?
I did.
For some reason, I've had it in my head that this thing is in May, though I should know better because last year during the NFL draft is when I got hurt.
Which was in April. Uh-huh.
But the NFL draft starts next Thursday. Eric Edholm of NFL.com joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Eric, are you already in Pittsburgh? Have you already staked out your spot
good question.
at the counter there at Primanti's to get your sandwich?
Oh man, I wish I was going. I didn't go last year. Detroit, I think, was the last draft I went to. But man, Pittsburgh on a game day is so much fun. Crossing that bridge and seeing all the fans up along the river there, and that's a good experience right there. But won't be in the cards for me this year.
Yeah, when we were there a couple of years ago for the NCAA tournament. And, I took that walk past the new Pirates ballpark out there. And it was like, man, I bet this is a hell of a spot for fans to gather. And it's close enough to downtown. So hopefully it'll be a great setup for the draft. I'm sure it will be. Speaking of the draft, John Spytek, the Raiders GM, keeps getting asked, hey, you think about trading that pick? And he said recently, teams know where they stand. There's virtually no chance they trade this pick, right?
I think so, yeah. I mean, unless they get some absurd offer from the Jets or whoever, Cardinals, I don't know, but there's been no indication at this point it's in their plans, right? I mean, I understand they got Kirk Cousins, so there's somebody capable of starting next season if they want. If the Raiders decided, hey, we like Fernando, but we love the potential of next year's quarterback class, I mean, that would be pretty good poker, I would say, pretty good bluffing if they've kind of held off to this point and not really given an indication the other direction. So, yeah, never say never, but that looks to be the way it's going to go. But Mendoza will be the first pick, and I guess there is that slight chance someone else will be making it.
Eric, I'm going to ask my obligatory Dallas Cowboys question early so John doesn't get too mad at me when I give you 4 at the end here. Every mock that's come out the last couple of days seemingly has had the Cowboys trading out of 12 and 20 to move up to 6 and then dropping down to 39, and that's, of course, so they can get a defensive player that is high on their board. In your opinion, is the gap between 12 and 6 in a good way bigger than 20 and 39 in terms of the types of players that would be available or wouldn't at 12 but would at 6, and then at 20 you could maybe make up for it at 39?
Yeah, I mean, if they made that move, they'd have one player in mind, I suspect. And it would either, I would guess, be Caleb Downs or Sonny Styles, and more likely the latter. The closer you are to the ball, I think it's more likely you can justify that high a pick. And again, I'm not saying Caleb Downs isn't special. I think he's great, but you take a safety that high and trade up in doing so, essentially the value of a top 5 pick, that's gonna, you better hope he is an all-pro, no questions asked for a long time. So a linebacker is a little more forgiving, and if I had to guess, that would be the player that would most intrigue them. The 6th landing spot would be for 2 reasons. One, I think Cleveland would love to move down. I think they're going to go either O-line or wide receiver, and they can wait a little bit. Number 2, I think it's kind of one of those things where they're, looking at the Commanders. If the Giants pass on Styles, then, the Washington probably at 7 would be the next target for him. So, yeah, that would make some sense. And I think the Cowboys make calls just like everybody else does every time, around this year. But they have more ammunition, obviously, to pull off trades than other teams do.
Eric Edholm joining us from NFL. Eric, did I say NFL Edholm?
I think you said
Eric Edholm. I don't know what I said.
We're all tired.
We are tired. The Rams went really hard in trades and free agency to shore up the secondary, which was their primary objective in the offseason. So when you look at them at 13, do you think they are primarily in the market for a pass catcher, or you think offensive line?
I think receivers, the position that if I had to put, my vote on today, that's the one they're going to target. And at 13, they're in a pretty good spot now. Obviously, there's potential for the team like the Jets that have so much ammunition. They could leapfrog them from 16. I think Omar Cooper's their guy, if I had to guess. I think that's a guy I could see them really liking. I know others have said Lemon, Tyson, both make some sense, but to me, it just sort of feels like Cooper's their kind of guy. And there's some question about Devontae Adams, whether he can get through a full season. And, Puka Nacua, his situation obviously is a little bit concerning right now. We don't know, what his status will be come start of training camp and all that. So that it makes sense to get somebody who has been in an offense that, was one of the more well-constructed last year. Very reliable clutch catcher, great body control, sort of fits some of the skill sets that they've liked to bring in recent years and good suddenness. So, maybe it's someone else, but I think receiver makes a lot of sense either way.
Eric, looking at Ruben Bain, I listened to quite a few pods, and before the news dropped, there had been people that were alluding to like something coming, down in terms of news with him off the field. And so it's obvious that this 2-year-old story was well known in league circles. And so I'm trying not to ask this in a callous way, but because of that, and it's a very unfortunate circumstance, but it doesn't seem like, alcohol was not involved, right? Drugs weren't involved. Like, do you think that in the end, this is a story, but it's maybe not going to impact things as much as it would have seemed like on its face when the news like that kind of comes down?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it's the kind of story that NFL teams wanted to do their own research on and figure out what the details were. But I think a lot of people saw the statement released by the family of the victim in the accident, basically saying they wish Mr. Bain well. And, it didn't sound like an aggrieved family that was, blaming him. So that I think went a long way towards helping his cause, right? I mean, accidents happen. And I want to be careful how I phrase this. It's not exactly clear to me what happened at the scene, whether there was a sobriety test administered, but it doesn't sound like alcohol or drugs are involved. It's just a little unclear the way the initial reporting was. So, assuming everything was fine with that and Bain answered questions from teams about it truthfully and earnestly and, upfront about it, then I see very little chance this is going to take him off. Maybe there's a team out there that just was uncomfortable with the whole situation and said, he's not for us anyway. Let's take him off the board, whatever. That could happen. But I think the team, that may not have been a team that was otherwise going to draft him, if that makes sense. So, I'll be fascinated. I still think he's going to find a home somewhere in the back end of the top 10, somewhere in that Kansas City makes a lot of sense to me. We'll see if they agree. But there are a few teams that I could see him landing in that kind of 8 to 15 range, I would say.
Speaking of defensive linemen, Dexter Lawrence and the Giants still at an impasse as far as a contract extension is concerned. Do you think, depending on how this goes, it could have an impact of what the Giants might do on their draft day?
Yeah, on Friday.
On Friday, yeah.
I think this is the kind of class where, first of all, it's not great in terms of defensive tackles. There are some nose tackles, so I think, replacing Dexter Lawrence 1-for-1, hard to do. But I think they're guys who could, sort of do what I think John Harbaugh would want out of his nose tackles, which is be a big space eater. He's had a ton of them in Baltimore. I mean, that was, they didn't have all Haloti Nadas, right? I mean, they had guys who were, athletically gifted, but more of the space eater type. So there are some of those in this draft. They met with Chris McClellan today. I think they've already met with Dominique Orange. They've had a few other D tackles in the building. So, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked at all. I know they don't have a full deck of picks. So they're a team that could trade down from 37 if the right offensive lineman isn't there.
Eric, you were talking earlier about Caleb Downs and positional value. Of course, that is a large topic of conversation whenever you bring up a running back, and Jeremiah Love is the guy this year. It's a two-parter for you. One, what do you think is most likely to happen with him? And two, how do you view him as a prospect? Do you have him in that kind of Zeke Elliott, Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson tier? How good of a player do you think he'll ultimately be at that position?
Yeah, I will say that my final grade on him will be I looked, it was a tiny bit lower than Bijan, but really close. I mean, basically the same number. Would not have been as high as Barkley. Barkley's too physically blessed. We just don't see specimens like him very often. Even with the injury questions with him. I mean, And I would say probably, and I love Jahmyr Gibbs. I think he was like my 14th overall player, the same year as Bijan, but above him, So, obviously I think style-wise, he's probably a little closer to Jahmyr than he is to Bijan, but kind of in his own little sphere too. He's a tough inside runner. I don't think he's great at doing that. I think he's okay at it. So I still think there's going to be somewhat of a limit to what he can do, but he runs really hard. He's got a million moves. He's got breakaway speed. I think he can advance as a pass catcher. They didn't ask him to do it a lot in college. And, he's a bigger kid than people realize too. I mean, he's pretty well built. I don't think he's going to be a 220 pounder by the end of his career, but I could see him adding another 5-10 pounds throughout his career and not losing, too much of that speed.
Eric Edholm joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline, moving a little bit off the draft, but not far because it's still, off-season player acquisitions or trades. Does the Wicks deal by the Eagles send you to a place where A.J. Brown will definitely be traded?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone even before that was sort of feeling like this is going to be a June 2nd type trade. This is going to be a salary-based trade, and it feels inevitable. That in and of itself didn't push it over the cliff, but it's just more evidence, I think. And, look, receiver might be in play. I think an offensive player is very much in play for the Eagles, either O-line or receiver in round one. So I don't know that changes it either. I mean, I think obviously if you take Brown away, you start looking at their depth chart and saying they need multiple receivers probably. So I think they still add one in the draft, and then the Brown trade almost becomes, signed, sealed, and delivered at that point, I guess.
How many first-round trades are you expecting at this point in time?
Not a ton.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even think that there may not even be a Ty Simpson trade. I think if the Cardinals are going to call the Jets bluff at 33 and say, we'll just let them fall to us if they want them. Again, it's like Dallas could be aggressive. The Jets certainly could too, but it feels like, if the good thing is that there's so many teams wanting to move down, you might be able to get trade 85 cents on the dollar for some of these trade ups. You might be able to. So there's some potential for it, but I don't think a ton, maybe 2 or 3.
Eric, obviously the story that's been making most of the headlines around the NFL has nothing to do with the draft at all, but of course with Mike Vrabel and the reporter Diana Rossini. I'm curious, because we haven't heard anything from Vrabel. He didn't do the press conference earlier this week, which he did do last year. But do you think that he will have some issues in his locker room with any kind of, accountability or responsibility or just the messaging that he has? And do you think he's already engaged in some damage control within the organization?
Yeah, it's hard to know, obviously, what the dynamic is going to be behind the scenes. I mean, obviously, I think it's something that, there have been a few scandals in New England. They've gone through some ups and downs over the years. This wouldn't be the biggest one, but it's the first kind of big challenge since Vrabel took over.
Yes.
Really the first public kind of moment shaming for him, Now, to be fair, the Patriots did release their pre-draft press conference before that story broke, apparently, I was told. By media guy who would not go to bat for the Patriots. So apparently he'd bowed out of that anyway because of the long season, and he did some of the pro days and stuff too. But right, it obviously it looks like he's evading the story a little bit, and I don't know. I'll be fascinated to see what it is. I mean, they overshot expectations by so much that pretty much anything they do this year is going to be a failure in comparison, short of winning the Super Bowl, which is crazy. So now you add this to it, and, it's going to be fascinating to see how they bounce back, if they do at all.
Week from tomorrow, first round of the National Football League draft from Pittsburgh. Eric, we always appreciate the conversation. Thanks a lot for your time.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, Eric.
One of Eric's counterparts at NFL.com, Bucky Brooks, did his position-by-position rankings of the top players in the draft. Running back.
Didn't have Jeremiah Love, given how you're
Number
speaking it?
1, Jeremiah Love.
Okay.
Number 2, Jadarian Price.
Okay.
Number 3, Emmett Johnson.
Yeah, obviously around here, he is going to be the player to watch. Where will Emmett Johnson go?
He is, here's what he wrote, just a brief synopsis. Emmett Johnson is flying under the radar in general draft discussion, but many scouts and coaches are smitten. They're smitten with his potential as a dynamic running back one. The Nebraska standout displays Josh Jacobs-like abilities as a runner-receiver with the ability to score from anywhere on the field, although his one-year wonder production will give some evaluators pause. Teams looking for an explosive lead back could fall in love.
That's interesting because I would say of his strengths and weaknesses, like the straight line, pull away speed. Like that's the one thing that you wish he had certainly a bit more of. Now he can make guys miss, as we have seen, very much throughout his career. I think someone's going to land him, and we are going to laugh at the idea of a one-year wonder because I think that those were circumstances that really were not in his control. I think he got better. That is undoubted. You cannot argue that, in my opinion. He was a much better player in 25 than he was in 24, than he was in 23. But we saw immediately after Holgerson took over at the end of the 24 season, his production went up, his touches went up. He responded to it. The only question we had was, could he do this for a full year? And I remember your question was, will they even use him as much as they should? And we ended up finding
they ended up using him a lot more than we thought they would.
Way more. So I think that whoever gets him, is what, a third or fourth rounder. I think that they're going to be very happy. I want to do one more thing real quick on Vrabel. You asked a question about the locker room stuff. And this was something that I was thinking about this morning. One of the big critiques about Rossini in this entire situation has been the idea of trading for A.J. Brown, which is another question that you asked Eric about a few moments ago. You wonder in that locker room, given that is a quick theory that a lot of people have had, if that is also this, like, what were you telling her about us and what moves were you trying to maybe make with public perception through a reporter? And whether it's with her or with somebody else, you do wonder if there's going to be a bit more of a side eye with those types of things, just given, look, there's always a two sides to a relationship where information is passed on, right? Like that is, I think, inarguable. Why would a coach tell a reporter? They don't have to be sleeping with anybody just to do that. That stuff happens all the time. Why do they do it? I do wonder if that could be something that might end up having to change or could be an issue for him inside of that Patriots locker room.
When we come back, you asked a question yesterday of SIP, and we're going to branch off into a conversation about Nebraska football and competing in the NIL space.
Okay.
When we continue here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Boom, 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 boom. Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, and our YouTube channel. Make
Hell
sure
yeah.
you can watch us. Believe it or not, it never used to be
Hello.
a thing, but you can. You can watch us. And if you go to 1620thezone.com, got a lot of different online contests. Still have tickets to see Nate Bargatze next Saturday here in Omaha, or the Zach Bryan show at Memorial Stadium, or George Thorogood May 17th, or the Black Keys, or Young the Giant, or Chris Stapleton. Go to 1620thezone.com. Find out more information on all of these shows. Yesterday, when we had Sip on, you and he had a conversation regarding NIL.
Yes, and that's been such a large topic, really, for the last few years, but in particular lately because of the basketball transfer portal. That was something that came up. We have spent some time on this show talking about it with boosters, with alums, how much money is even out there, how much money can Nebraska spend. I think it's mainly been on my mind because of the recent stories with the basketball portal stuff and those numbers seemingly going up yet again, not seemingly going up yet again overnight. And basically, I wonder, is it possible for Nebraska football to spend more money and do so in a way that will allow them to compete at the highest level? And I think how I wrote it down in my notes yesterday was, is it about wanting to do so? Why is Nebraska not spending more money? Is it a want to problem, i.e., the team hasn't been super great? There needs to be a little bit of, I'll believe it when I see it, and then I'm willing to go all in? Or is it more, I would love to, but we can't? And that is less me as an individual and more the broad strokes. And I know that I've made this comp before, and so maybe this will be the last time I do it, but Indiana, their number of alums, 800,000-ish. Nebraska, their number of alums, 200,000-ish. If 25% of Indiana's alums gave $10, Nebraska would have to literally have every living alum give the same number just to match Indiana. That is a math problem that is very hard to defeat. Very hard to defeat. And so it makes me wonder, this is the ultimate question here. Does it change how you view them as a program moving forward? Because I think, as I have grown up in this era, I think it is less about being frugal, which I do think has played a part in the past. I think it's less about that and more, they can't. They cannot do it. Barring a sugar daddy showing up, and I know that there's one that everybody always, hopes for and pines for. I don't think he's doing that. So barring that happening with a different sugar daddy, I don't know how it's feasible. I don't know how it's possible to spend that way. And so if you can't spend that way, then there's the other discussion of, okay, so how do you even match these people on the playing field? And that requires excellent talent identification, development, coaching, all of those things. I just find myself, big picture, being very pessimistic about the future of Nebraska football in this current era.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not about the coach right now. It's not about the players right now. It's more about the state of the sport and how you build teams and how you build rosters. And I don't know if they can keep up in that type of way.
Well, many times I've made this statement that Nebraska historically has been the most overachieving program in college football or college sports history, honestly, because no state has produced more national championships in a money sport.
Mm-hmm.
That's football or men's basketball, that has come from a smaller population base than Nebraska. So what you talk about when you talk about living alums, that's a population thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Indiana has always been a bigger state, and we now know they've always had a bigger base of alums from potentially which to draw from. But Nebraska historically, and I'm talking historically, I'm not talking the last 10 or 20 years, I'm talking historically, has been the most overachieving when it comes to these money sports. And it's because it is a very motivated population. I think the Indiana population is motivated now because they've seen results. Does it have staying power? I don't know. I don't know if it has staying power. Curt Cignetti because he didn't get many opportunities, is an older coach. He's in his 60s. He finally got his first chance. So his chance of, being there for 15, 16, 17 years is not great. Just because of the simple math and the competitive nature of sports and how it can, wear on people over time. The Nebraska population, aka the alumni base, is a very motivated one. And that's the other part about Nebraska too. A large majority of Nebraska fans never went to the school.
Yeah, sidewalk fans.
Never went to the school. And I think that is where, if Nebraska is going to compete at this level, and I'm not going to make the argument that they're going to be one of the top spenders, but to be spending enough to be competitive, it will still require Nebraska to do things that they have always had to do. No matter what the landscape was, no matter what the rules were, no matter what the direction of the sport or the business of the sport was, from the pre-World War II days to the post-World War II days to, the Vanny Osborne era to today. Whatever the era of business of college sports we're in, Nebraska always had to be an innovator somewhere in order to excel at the level that they did.
And they were.
And that's where I see the path for Nebraska to maybe overcome the math problem as you described it. Because they can also, the math problem can actually be an advantage because, and we saw this with basketball, we see it with other sports. It's very easy to get this fan base motivated.
It is.
This fan base is like a 13-year-old boy who discovers girls, right? It does not take much time for them to get excited. It really doesn't. All you have to do,
a modicum of success,
is show them a little leg.
And they want to support it.
They want
to be there.
So I am not as pessimistic as you are from the numbers perspective. I guess where my pessimism is because you still need to show this fan base a little leg. Mm-hmm. And they haven't gotten that from football.
Well, the pessimism,
so you got to have the trigger to get everyone to jump on board and get excited, and that's where the bigger donations comes from, and that's where the motivation to get better comes from. And if you give them that chance, that's why I won't rule out the possibility. The fans and the people of this state are the greatest resource that it has. It may not be as big as Ohio State's. It may not be as big as Alabama's. It may not be as big as a lot of other schools, but it's a very motivated. I described them earlier, when we were talking about the fans that traveled down to Oklahoma City. The Nebraska fan mindset is like a militia. Mm-hmm. They are prepared for battle. They go out seeking a fight. And so I think through that, Nebraska can overcome some of those things. But at the same time, they still have to be innovators. They still have to find those niches that they can control and command, that they do just a little bit better than everybody else. And
that's hard.
And they always got to work a little bit harder. And I don't have an issue. I mean, I think Matt Rule gets that part of it. And I think Matt Rule's in an interesting spot right now when it comes to the public persona, the social media of it all. I think Matt Rule wants to live in that space, which is why he's very controlling of how the message gets out, when he does his podcast and all those other things. But the catch-22 of it all is when the results don't follow on the field,
it becomes a burden.
It then becomes a meme.
It's an anchor.
It becomes, something that people use derisively to say, man, you need to be paying more attention.
Stop doing the podcast.
Because listen, one of the areas where Nebraska could be an innovator, it's hard to, but could be, is in the world of social media or in the world of developing the message and connecting with young people
because of the fans.
because that's where young people live. Young people live in their phones. They live on TikTok. They live in those areas. And
car simulators.
And maybe that's where Matt Rule missed the boat.
Mhm.
Nebraska needs to put out a car simulator video.
Maybe he does.
True.
Maybe he does.
To attract the Nick Grimms. But it's a catch-22.
Football
Because
team
while
mechanic.
I think, with Rule being so open in the past and being so out there and being so, willing to do the walk and talks and the videos and all these things to try to attract young people, that's something that can work for you. But then when the results don't show up on the field, that's when people start to say, well, he's spending too much time doing this. He's not focused enough on the football. And it's unfortunate.
If they would have broken through last year, that stuff would have been viewed as like an innovation.
Absolutely.
Like, wow, he's doing all these things.
Imagine if they'd have gone 9-3 last year. Imagine what the outward face of the program would be this offseason.
Sure. Oh, it'd be loud.
Imagine if it wasn't the offseason of bad vibes. Instead, it was the offseason of good vibes.
Yeah.
Because
we're
they
you
were
more behind the scenes. We're going to show you more stuff.
You think your timeline's polluted now. Holy cow. It would have been crazy. But because things didn't go as well, and that's why I don't fault Matt Rule for pulling back the reins on some of this stuff. You can overdo it. You can overcorrect the spin.
There's like an admission of, we're just going to go which way the wind is blowing.
Because you don't want to disappear from where the young people are, where the recruits are, where the transfers
just the
are,
fan base
or
is in
where
general.
the fan base
See,
is.
and I think
you don't want to lose that.
Going back to being innovative, that is, you're not wrong, and so don't take what I'm about to say critically, but it's like, man, that is so much easier said than done. Hey, just be so far ahead of everybody. Like, why were they able to do things back in the day? I mean, they were doing weight training before anybody else does, right? Like, that is innovative. Tom Osborne's offense, as archaic as it seemed on its surface, no. Under the surface and with the nitty gritty, that was a very innovative offense. The blocking schemes that they were doing, he saw the future of football moving into more of a spread offense and how that could change things. Of course, what Charlie McBride did on defense, like they kept doing these things, and that's how they became, the most dominant program of an era of football. That is, you can do it. I don't know how though. Unless you have just a. I don't want to use the word genius lightly, but unless you have a genius that is running things, Tom Osborne was a football genius. Nick Saban was a football genius. I think it's fair to say Curt Cignetti is a football genius. There is something that those men have or had that, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to replicate. Kyle says, if Nebraska can't spend, why did Rule think they could? And how does that affect him in wanting to be here? It might not be his choice how long he's around, but he's got to be pissed. What was the message that was lost in translation from that presser in October versus what ended up happening in the portal? I don't know. Was it him guessing wrong on the number that they needed? I'm guessing he is not infallible here. He is probably to blame. His GM is probably to blame. The market is probably to blame. But I would hope that the last few years have shown you yesterday's price is not tomorrow's price.
No.
We're talking right now, you got to have $12 million to have a good basketball roster. I'll see you next April. What are we talking about then? 15 million?
Hell, I'll see you in December.
Million? Yeah, sure, exactly. And so if they got that wrong so bad, like at a certain point, you got to look inwardly. You can't just complain while they're wanting more money. And I'm not saying they're complaining because they're not. Publicly, they haven't said anything about that.
No.
But the price of everything certainly went a lot higher than what they were expecting, because I do not think that this would have been the roster that they would have tried to put together otherwise.
I think part of what that October message, and Josh is referring back to, when Matt Rule talked about how, we've got what we want.
We're good to go.
We can get who we want. Money's not going to be an issue. I'm paraphrasing.
And he compared it to unlike previous years, it will not be a problem this time around.
I think some of that was damage control. I think some of it was damage control.
You and I argued about it in the moment because I don't know why you would set up your fan base to think we're going to be spending and we're going all in, and then for it to not happen, he set himself up in a terrible way. Hey, John, we're going to have the best show ever tomorrow, man. I guarantee this show is going to be great. I've never shown up like that. And then if it shows up and it's the same, why so much bluster? What does that do? What good does that do me?
Well, you forgot to do a podcast and a few special videos.
But like seriously, what good did that do him? I don't think it did him. If anything, I think people are going to throw that quote back in his face.
I mean, they might, but I guess the one avenue that they'll have is no one knows the actual numbers.
Correct.
Of all of this, and so you have some deniability. You can just say, well, we didn't spend, we did spend enough. We did get enough. We like the players that we got.
Yeah.
That's why there's been, but there, and some of this too is believing in the ones that you have in the system versus going out and getting others. For example, the running back position. That was a position where a lot of people assumed that Nebraska was going to spend on because they needed to. But lo and behold, when they didn't spend anything, the messaging was, well, but we like the people that we have. We think we got a really good one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to continue to be the messaging. And I guess we'll find out in the fall if that ended up being the right messaging or, some damage control. But, you do have some deniability there because people don't actually, it's not like the NFL where we can look up all these guys' contracts. And we know exactly what the salary cap is and what everyone has to spend.
Yeah. 402 texter, the innovations you're recommending now are off-the-field innovations. The innovations of the past were on-the-field innovations. Off-field innovations do not equal on-field innovations. I disagree. I mean,
well, there was both.
Yeah, you can do.
There was both. The weight room,
both.
the training table, a lot of the things. The Prop 48s, the walk-on program, and there was also innovations on the. It was a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
it was a little bit of everything. And Nebraska's got to find those niches, whatever they can be, and they got to work just a little bit harder.
Well, I think too, I feel like Nebraska has so often been chasing in this post-championship era since 2000, let's just say. They've been chasing innovations. And I think that you can go all the way back to firing Frank. And what was the pivot that Steve Peterson wanted to make? USC's good. They go West Coast. We're going to go West Coast. And that was chasing innovation. I have zero doubt that when Rule is gone, whenever that is, they are going to chase after let's bring a guy up from a lower level school and he can bring 20% of his roster with and try to fill in the gaps. Will that be as innovative then as it is now? My guess is no, because right now, suddenly everybody is doing it. Cignetti did it and it worked to wonders. You might have another couple of teams that will do it that will work well, but I bet more often than not, that thing is going to fall on its face unless you have a guy like Cignetti, which, again, much harder to do than it is to just say it out loud.
It is certainly challenging. There's always an opportunity. Again, if the fan base can be motivated, but you got to show them something.
You got to give them that reason to be motivated.
You got to have a reason to believe.
You are so spot on, man. Being in Oklahoma City and seeing that was like, this is what older media members talk about the mid-90s when they were going to bowl games.
Sure.
I had never gotten to cover something like that. I'd never gotten to see something like that. And it's like, oh, that's right. This is what happens when you give them something they really want to be proud of. Katie says, I don't think Nebraska has the deep pockets they claim to have. They haven't kept up in the portal in any major sport. They have overcome that with superior coaching in basketball, but not because they have spent money on stars. That is true. Fred Hoiberg, that roster last year, Schaefer's mentioned this multiple times over the last month. When they landed Price, it was okay, cool. Let's see what he can bring. He ended up being the best player on the team. They have, to use a phrase I know people get annoyed by sometimes, but they have moneyballed it. And that can work. It's not to say it can't. But in terms of competing at the highest level, in my opinion, on a year in, year out basis, I don't think you can moneyball it forever. And first of all, you got to be able to moneyball it in the first place, right? They're not spending much money, and it hasn't shown even that they're able to overcome that. They got to be able to overcome it at first.
Coming up, we've got dumb debates. Also, an update on a poll question we put out earlier on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
Is it too early to tell? Was it that one?
It's not too early to tell. No, that's an Insta poll.
Oh, my bad.
We did an Insta poll. This is an actual poll. This is more of a. It's a poll you got to bake for,
a
45
bake your
minutes.
poll?
A bake poll.
By the way, speaking of baking, I have some food news when we return.
Booze?
No, Nick, not foods. That's foosball that you're thinking of. Food news.
Food news.
Yep.
On 1620 The Zone. Don't forget our movie this week from Movie Club, which is every Friday at 3:50 with Kent Wolgamont, is The Smashing Machine.
Which is not my that was not my nickname in high school.
Great one, Nick. It's available on HBO
You're
Max.
going to make some kind of a reference to your car mechanic simulator video game.
No, the goal is to not smash the cars. You fix them, John. That's the opposite of smashing.
I see.
One of my hubcaps came off on my car last week on my way to the baseball stadium.
Can you simulate that and fix his hubcap for him?
So I had to buy a new hubcap. I got it today.
Get me a mouse, Josh. I'll fix it right up for you.
Installed
put it on?
myself. Shout out to me.
Nice.
How long did it take you to figure it out?
Like a minute. Not that long.
Now, do you know
That's
how
what
to
she
fix
said.
German cars now because you read that book from that guy?
I dry. We never talked about that. I finished Effingers. Very sad book. Very sad.
Oh, you were sad he took his own life.
No, John, again, that's not how it ended.
Oh.
Very sad book. Very good book. If you're into 1951 German novels, I would put this one at the top of your to-read list. It's like 1,000 pages, but you know.
I wonder what the German book market was like in 1951.
Probably interesting to say the least. Just came out in the English translation. I mentioned I have
Food news?
Food news. I just got a text from Severe about the Smashing Machine. I won't read it, though, because I don't want either of you to overestimate or underestimate the movie. But, Michael, I'll say this. I agree with your text.
Okay.
All right. I saw this from Brendan Moore, who is a Illinois government and politics reporter. Now, I know you're saying...
What in the world does an Illinois government and politics reporter have to do with food?
So apparently...
Other than he probably eats it to survive.
That is important. The Illinois House is voting or has
The
voted
gingerbread house?
on a bill on whether to designate the Italian beef as the official state sandwich of Illinois. So a week ago, it unanimously passed the House committee. And he added, it now includes language designating Springfield's horseshoe as the state's official open-faced sandwich. And he added compromise. So today, an update for you, John.
I don't even know what the damn Springfield horseshoe is.
I don't either.
That sounds like a move that someone might make.
In the Smashing Machine.
The Smashing Machine.
The Illinois House votes, is Brendan Moore. The Illinois House votes 106-0-2. So there are two abstentions. Yeah. To pass a bill designating the Italian beef as the official state sandwich and the horseshoe is the official state open-faced sandwich.
Oh, good
it now
Lord.
heads to the Senate.
Good grief.
Hey, you know what I've said for years, and we're about to do dumb debates, so this is perfect time.
Ugh.
I want us, we could do it midterms, but I think every 4 years, because that's when you get the most voters. We need to vote on fun things. Like, it's a stressful time. Everybody's worried their candidate's going to lose. So that's why you throw in fun questions. And so we can decide who would win in a fight between a taco and a grilled cheese sandwich. Shout out John Schreiner on After Hours, RIP. His version of After Hours, not John. Hot dog, a sandwich. We could vote on that. All the great dumb debates question. Is water wet? When does it become laundry? I like this. This is using the government in a good way, in my opinion. Good job, Illinois.
Still don't think an open-faced sandwich is really a sandwich.
What is it?
Not a sandwich.
What was our debate about the hamburger steak? I don't even remember anymore what side I took and what side you took. What did I say a hamburger steak was?
You said it wasn't a hamburger.
I don't know if I agree with my old self anymore.
Yes, I know. We literally spent an hour and a half. You were convinced that no, a hamburger steak is not a hamburger.
What did I say it was? A steak?
You just said it wasn't a hamburger.
Still don't really know what a hamburger steak is.
It
doesn't seem like two things that go together.
It's a ground beef patty that you eat without a bun.
Yeah, I've done, and since then I've eaten hamburgers without buns many times.
Oh, my grandma used to do that. She had celiac, so whenever they'd go to McDonald's, she'd just ask it without the bun.
It doesn't look appetizing. All these photos look
nasty. It's just a patty.
Also, why is that one on a paper plate? I guess maybe that's a regular.
Well,
plate.
that's a
like
good place for a hamburger steak. Is sometimes on a paper plate.
I wouldn't want one of these. I'll be honest.
It better be like a 2-ply paper plate because you got to put the gravy.
But that's the thing. There's gravy on.
Okay,
the gravy.
So it's just a hamburger.
Then it's
patty
not a
that's
hamburger.
Not on a bun.
If there's gravy on, it's not a hamburger anymore. Never mind.
People put
what are you
gravy on
talking about?
hamburgers.
No, they don't.
They do.
They put eggs on hamburgers.
Yeah, but they don't put gravy on hamburgers.
You
go to
can.
McDonald's, you can get a gravy burger.
No, not at McDonald's because they don't make a gravy burger, but you can go to I bet you can go to IHOP and get a gravy. I think they have that.
Do they?
I think they have a burger on their menu at IHOP.
As long as you have a
gravy.
diner that has burgers and gravies, you could ask for gravy on your hamburger.
There was one time I got mad
I
because
don't know why you would want to. I mean,
I was
It'd be
eating
gross.
breakfast somewhere,
it's not gross.
It'd be weird.
Great.
and they had gravy on everything. You could get a skillet, but it's smothered in gravy, and I don't always want gravy.
Severe says, have you ever had a chicken fried steak? That's a hamburger steak that's been breaded.
That's
I
just-
have.
I mean,
don't
it can
ever
be.
order it,
I mean, the really good hamburger steaks are the ones where it's not ground beef. It's cubed.
Yeah.
Cube.
They take actual steak cuts and they put it through a, what do they call it? I think it's called a ricer.
Mm.
I think it's what it's called. But it's basically like an industrial strength tenderizer.
And those are the
that's
hamburgers.
that's what they use for chicken fried. Good
I never do
fried.
chicken fried anything at restaurants. It's like a thing that I only have if it's like a family gathering and it's there. I would never think to order it.
Chicken fried steak is so good.
I don't
What's
remember
the
the last time I had chicken fried
What
steak.
is the steak usually? Oh, that's the hamburger steak? Is that what it is?
Of
Like
chicken.
inside of a chicken fried steak, what is usually the beef that is inside of there?
It's usually some cut of steak. It can be a chuck. It can be a ribeye.
Mm.
But usually it's
Rather just have a
usually
ribeye.
it's a tougher cut of beef that you have
Because
to
of the
put through the tenderizer.
I see.
Hmm.
God, now I want steak.
I like steak.
Keena says if a hamburger steak is a hamburger, so is meatloaf.
Do
No,
what?
He's a musician.
Nice. Keena says if a
Was.
hamburger steak
Cube
is a
steak.
hamburger, so
Cube
is
steak
meat.
is-
She's saying meatloaf would also be a hamburger then.
Say what?
Okay, I've read it now twice.
Well, no. I was looking up
Meatloaf is a
something.
hamburger if hamburger steak is a
hamburger.
hamburger.
Yeah. Do you agree with that? That meatloaf is a hamburger? Yeah, hamburger burger or meatloaf burger?
Well, it's ground beef.
I wouldn't
yeah.
want a
It's-
meatloaf burger.
That's just a normal burger.
I mean, there is a meatloaf sandwich. I mean, the thing with meatloaf is it's filled with filling. It's filled with the breadcrumbs or whatever you use as filler. That's why meatloaf was a thing. Was it stretched the meat further? You got more out of it because you put a bunch of filler in it.
onions.
Severe says that Venice Inn use filet inside of a chicken fried steak.
Oh
that's
yeah,
been
some places will go
pounded. Pound me, daddy.
high level.
Wow, that's wild. Interesting.
We did it with ribeyes recently.
Yeah. You did it at home?
Yeah, at home. It was very good.
Chief says their food discussions are so fun. Thank you, Chief. Everyone's always critical of the zone for being weird.
That's why What's for Dinner is one of the best and most beloved
Oh, man,
segments
my
that we do.
tummy is rumbling right now. I'm already ready for dinner, and it's still like an hour and a half away. Maybe 2 hours. I got to walk Banks when I get home.
Oh.
Rats. Not walking.
Oh, you're eating rats?
No! But find out
We
later.
already had Popeyes this week.
Hey-oh! God, it was so good.
Well, I guess that's the cue for dumb debate.
Ding, ding,
I love
ding.
when we tailgate dumb debates.
We do, which you can't do at the World Cup. Stay tuned for content.
Mm.
Dumb debates is coming up next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Listeners are not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Dumb debates. This is your opportunity to take over the show by asking us a question about just about anything, and we'll tackle them right here in this here segment. You can send us your dumb debates into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, where we archive them and save them for posterity, but also eventually use them if we don't get them to them on this week's edition. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. There is the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, where if you use the hashtag dumb debates, we find these things. Because literally, like right now, I go to the little magnifying glass thing and I type in hashtag dumb debates. That's how you find things on Twitter. And then you just click on the little tab and it says, oh, yeah, this is interesting. Like this one that we just got from Sam. Would you?
Ooh, we're off to a good start.
Would you rather your sweat be mayonnaise?
Oh.
Or every time that you cough, sneeze, or clear your throat, a meatball came out?
So, like, I clear my throat
This
a lot.
is a dumb debate.
So, like, on the show, I'll do that a ton. I think we all do in
Where's
broadcasting.
the meatball coming out of?
Well, your throat. You're just hiking up. It's
Every time I do that, I have another meatball?
Yeah.
Is it a
and
good
that's not
meatball?
even counting, like, when you're actually sick. I would have to train myself to stop doing that on the show.
You wouldn't have to make dinner.
What's for dinner?
Meatball.
You want
meatballs.
You want to eat your regurgitation?
No, Nick does apparently.
the thought
Nick
of
can have my regurgitation.
The thought of that. I mean, absolutely. I would not want my sweat to be mayo, and this is not my anti-mayo thread.
That's gross. That
But
would be
imagine what your
disgusting.
clothes would turn into.
Oh my god!
Rotten
Every
eggs.
time.
Slimy ass clothes. I would
Oh.
eat my own meatballs, but not somebody else's meatballs. That feels gross.
You would eat your own meatballs. Isn't that why what's his name removed the rib?
Marilyn Manson?
Manson.
That was never true.
Yeah, that's what you want to think. John, you're too old to know about this. There was this whole thing about Marilyn Manson. Now, he removed a rib because he wanted to,
Yeah, that was like peak. Everybody in high school always talked about that all the time, but it was never true.
We did when we were in elementary school, Nick, not to brag. Anyway, I'm with you. It's about the meatball.
Yeah.
I don't want to have mayonnaise dripping out of my orifices.
I hope it's different types of meatballs. Like
Imagine the butt mayo sweat.
you sneeze and it's a Swedish meatball.
Yeah,
But
you're sliding all over the place.
You cough, it's like a classic meatball.
Imagine me at the College World Series. Mayonnaise all over the place. Gross. Imagine other people. Mayonnaise all over the place. That's disgusting.
Also, at the
Sam, you freak.
At the College World Series, the fan is blowing on me before it gets to John.
Mayonnaise just all over the
We
booth.
told you.
Oh, all right. We're off to the races.
We are off to the
Here's
races.
the one that I mentioned from my brother. Would you rather be compressed into a zip file, be an email attachment, or be a cell in an Excel sheet? John, you have to pick one of the three. Would you rather be compressed into a zip file, an email attachment, or a cell in an Excel sheet? I want to be an email attachment. Email attachments are usually fun.
I want to be a cell.
Why?
There's a lot of space for flexibility there. A
That's
cell
true.
could be anything you want it to
That's
be.
true.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Because it's cell. I mean, it's just whatever formula gets plugged into it.
Mm-hmm.
The possibilities are infinite.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas there are limitations to an email attachment because If it exceeds the size of the server, you can't send it.
That's true. I don't understand these things. It's pretty wild.
Now, a zip file allows you to transfer a lot more
It does.
things, but it requires you to be compressed and compacted.
Like a Pokemon and a Pokeball.
So it's kind of like
Pokemon
Honey,
art?
I
Are
Shrunk
they
the
getting
Kids.
zipped?
Good question, Nick. That's actually pretty funny.
I think Nick's onto something. I think I would
Pokemon?
rather be a cell in an Excel.
Yeah, I mean, there is a
spreadsheet
lot of stuff
because there's
in
an
there.
infinite
There's something
possibilities.
about people.
Plus-
You know the game Doom? People figured out how to make Doom in Microsoft Excel.
Don't know what that game is.
90s video game.
There's something as someone who uses spreadsheets occasionally for the stats and things that we keep.
Sure.
There's something weirdly satisfying about when you master the perfect formula to give you exactly what it is you're looking for.
That's true.
The spreadsheet that I used when we brought back the best ofs a few years ago,
Mhm.
I put together a formula in a spreadsheet. I figured out how to do it all on my own, and it's awesome. I still use it.
Good job by you.
Something about the simple cell can do a lot, and I think that's beautiful.
Look at you.
Friend of the Grum, Dave,
Hello, Dave.
actually attached me on this. He did a poll question,
Okay.
but settle a debate. You're at 72nd and Dodge.
Okay.
And you're going to Lincoln, which is the best, i.e., fastest route.
At 72nd and Dodge?
You're at 72nd and
Man,
Dodge.
that is a great question.
You go south to the interstate? Do you stay on Dodge and go out to 680? Or do you take Dodge all the way out to Highway 31?
So
Definitely.
I can't believe that there were 3% of the people that voted that option. That is
That's dumb.
absolutely the worst option because Highway 31 is a disaster at certain times of the day. You can't get anywhere because this town, I don't know if you know this town grows and it's been growing very fast.
We're a grower, not a shower.
When we did the remote recently,
Well, it's
you weren't here
downtown.
because you were down in Houston,
OKC?
Planet Houston.
Oh.
But
When you were
when
at
we did
Oscars.
the show at
Oh,
Oscars,
those wings.
they're good.
every time I take Highway 31 south towards, from Elkhorn, essentially Elkhorn, but, south to Gretna to get on the interstate. Every time. And I mean, I probably travel this route 4 or 5 times a year because there's certain remotes that we have there in that part of town.
Mm-hmm.
It blows my mind how much more stuff gets added every day, which means we got to add another stoplight.
Lots of stoplights.
Mhm.
That is absolutely the worst route. So your options are really go south to the interstate or take Dodge to 680.
Not even right now, though, because right now getting to the interstate from 72nd and Dodge is hell. They have all
it's not.
They have all those lanes closed.
Oh, wait. Are you saying when you go south
Yes.
to I-80?
Yeah.
The answer is to go to 680.
You have to go to 680. I go to 680 anyway because if I get on the interstate at 72nd, you still have to lane hop, and people don't want to let you in, and it feels more dangerous than just going to Dodge, and then you're just there.
Plus, I feel like when you get to the part where 680 and I-80 connect, it's just a very busy part being over there. Whereas if you're on 680, I feel like you just blow by all that
Exactly.
crap going south.
That's funny because now every once in a great while when I leave here, I end up going that way. I've always gone south.
Really?
I've always felt like it's quicker.
The best is, of course, from here is 60th.
Yes.
That's the fastest. But if you get to 72nd,
Yeah, but the question was,
wow,
you're at
really?
70
You go south on 72nd
It feels
Street.
quicker because I feel like I get to the interstate faster.
Wow, I feel like.
And
driving
as a
south on
master lane
72nd.
hopper, I haven't had too many issues with that. The problem is sometimes you get hung up by a lot of lights going out towards Dodge.
I was gonna.
Especially if you get caught in the one there, what is it, by Children's, was it 91st or whatever? Because sometimes that can back up
90th,
a little ways.
yeah.
90th and
yeah.
Dodge.
That can back up a little ways. And yes, I know there's lights at Pacific, there's lights at, other cross streets there on South 72nd. It's always felt to me faster
To go the other way.
to go south on 72nd.
Exactly a week ago, I was going to 72nd and Harrison. Obviously, I went south on 72nd and Dodge. And there was a combination of that road work, some accident on the interstate, and then a car that was stopped where it took about 35 minutes just to go from I don't know
How
the
long
cross
would it
streets
normally
that
take?
well. Not 35 minutes. That is when I'd learned, though, that we have a Der Wiener Schnitzel in Omaha. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
We have a Der Wiener Schnitzel. It's near that Casey's.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's at 72nd and Grover.
Gus Mohawk says, random question. Does Creighton versus Nebraska have a trophy game for baseball or in any sport? If not, what should the trophies be of? They do not. So what should the trophy be for Nebraska and Creighton?
How about we just repurpose the one that they originally had for the Cyhawk Trophy, where it's the farmer on his knee handing a inappropriately sized corn cob to his daughter.
So what are they handing this time? Is it still a corn cob or something?
Well, I'm
else?
just saying we just take that trophy because they repurposed. They gave it
that trophy is odd.
That's
I feel like I want it to be a monstrosity of a mascot with like a head of a blue jay and Herbie's overalls, or Herbie's head on a blue jay, something like that.
What about like a semi? A lot of semi traffic between Omaha and Lincoln
because of the interstate. We were just talking about it, Nick. I thought you were going to say interstate. Sorry.
I mean, that was implied. Yes.
What if we do a mock-up trophy of the Trump barn?
That's what Nick said.
I said that first.
Yeah.
The Trump.
Is it still is it back? Is it the Trump barn back?
No, there's a different sign. It's the Remember the Unborn sign is up now.
That's always been there. Not always. That's been there for a while.
Yeah,
but no, he has not replaced the Trump
because
it's Trump barn.
It's so windy.
It's very windy.
So windy. I like the idea of a semi. I mean, the I-80. What if it was an I-80 sign?
That's a good one.
Just
Interstate
bronze
80.
and I-80 sign.
Yeah, that's cool.
That is cool, actually.
I don't know the rules of like copyright law. Like, is this interstate sign? Could you do that?
I mean, it's federal government.
I-80 club.
Deal an interstate sign and bronze it.
Perfect. Yeah, get Rob Anderson on that. I'm sure he'd be totally fun. Rob and Seamus.
You can't get in trouble for copyright because it's their sign.
What if to commemorate one of the most famous plays in Creighton, Nebraska history, that time that Petaway and Gibbs went to the floor for the ball and turned into a wrestling match?
Excellent. That's a great idea.
We could just bronze that and make that a statue.
What if there was like two versions of the trophy where each of them is basically talking trash to the other? So when Creighton wins, it could be the scoreboard of Doug's last year when they were up. What was it, like 38 to 8? 38 to 8. And then when Nebraska wins, it could be Ryan Kalkbrenner's box score from his final game when he was 0 for 1.
Oof.
Like, so the winner basically is like, remember that one time that you were really sad? And that's what the winning team gets. And so it's a different trophy for each year. I guess you'd have to do this for all of the sports. We'd have to go deep into the lore of a crazy baseball game, women's basketball, et cetera, et cetera. I think we could make this happen, though.
I like the idea of a bronze I-80 sign.
I think that would honestly be the coolest.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, D'Lo says Jesus sipping Chardonnay next to a farmer firing a gun.
Oh,
now that's bringing Creighton and Nebraska fans together to shake hands.
For sure.
Good job by you, D'Lo. Good job by you.
Or is he drinking a Mick Ultra?
Great question, Nick.
With a sweater vest.
This wasn't a dumb debate, but I think it's one we can turn into a dumb debate because the question here is this a good idea?
Oh, what is it?
Will sent me an email regarding how a Reddit user has figured out how to end tanking in the NBA.
Okay.
The idea is this. At the beginning of every NBA season, the price of a beer is $10 across the board, all around the league.
I love this idea already.
$10 beer.
Okay.
At the start of the year. With every win, the team gets to charge an extra 35 cents. So if the Lakers win their first game, the beers are now $10.35.
Okay.
For every loss, they have to drop it by 20 cents.
So if you're 1-1, it would be
You'd be at
10-15.
Right.
Okay.
Under this system, the Washington Wizards would currently owe fans 10 cents every time they ordered a beer. Meanwhile, Oklahoma City fans are paying $32 a beer, but they don't care because the Thunder are 64-16.
I feel like there's got to be a middle ground here. I love the spirit of the idea. A $32 beer is pretty wild.
You want it to be capped? Boo.
Well, I think so. I don't think you want... First of all, you can't have them paying you for your beer. And I don't want to pay $32 because I'm a fan of a good team.
It kind of helps balance things out, though, right? Because there's less fans at home games to get into the heads of the opposing team. So then it just kind of acts as a balancing.
If the Washington organization had to pay fans for beer, that place would be packed every night. Every night it would be full Because dollar beer night, everyone loses their
Well,
mind.
that's what
True.
I'm saying, though. It'll even out because eventually all the Washington fans that are there are gonna,
be sloshed.
they're gonna have the home field advantage, and then it's just gonna. Whoop.
I like this idea, though.
It's a great idea.
I mean, it certainly is a fun idea.
Cool, fun idea.
$32 a beer at Oklahoma City. The crazy thing is,
Stuff
you
is
would
cheap
get
down in OKC.
you would
not the
get
worst
people to
thing
pay
to happen
for it. You would actually get people to pay that much for a beer.
Oh, yeah.
It was just ridiculous. But
Pesky Blue says the Blues had multiple free food and drink nights during their rebuild. It works. Good on you, St. Louis. Good on you. All right. We love weather talk on this show. We love weather talk in this area. What a great question from Brett. You can control the weather within a 1 mile radius around you, but only one aspect of weather. What do you choose? He gives us 4 options. 1, temperature. 2, wind speed and direction. 3, precipitation. You can start and stop it, but it has to follow the temp, i.e. you cannot make it snow when it's 80 degrees. 4, humidity. He writes, temperature might be the favorite, but I could make multiple arguments for others. Could even profit off of some, i.e. farmers could pay you to get some rain on their fields, or could bump up the wind in a football game when the opposing team is kicking a field goal.
Really needed that wind.
So it's a 1 mile radius around you. Wherever you go, you get to control whatever you want. Of those 4 options, what do you choose?
So I'm stuck between humidity and wind. Humidity because I hate humidity. I love a dry heat. It's my favorite kind of heat.
It was sticky again this morning.
But wind would really help me with tickling chains. If it's too windy, I can stop it. If I want a tailwind to make my disc fly farther, I can do that.
As annoying as the wind is, for me, it's down to wind and temperature. Because if it could be like 75 forever, that sounds incredible.
Move to San Diego.
It's a little more expensive there, Nick. Now, Sad Husker fan points out, is the snow done yet, Josh? I mean, I would never be wrong about that, at least within a mile of me.
finally, that's the problem, though, is you would be wrong outside of a mile, which would still make you wrong.
But man, wind is so annoying.
I think that
I'm going temp, though.
I think Brett is onto something, though, because precipitation, you could profit off of this.
You very much could. That's true.
I mean, you could
People would be
basically
paying you to come to their area.
You could basically just sell yourself out to farmers as their irrigation system.
See, I think
You'd have to travel a lot, though. And how
Yeah,
much are you
but-
charging them?
But, if you charge, let's say you charge 200, I don't have no idea. So I'm sure there's farmers out in the audience, our good friends out in central Nebraska. I have no idea what it takes to run a center pivot for.
I don't even know what a center pivot is.
Well, that's the irrigation. That's basically the giant sprinklers that.
Why didn't you just say sprinkler?
Because it's called a center pivot. It's irrigation system. But like if I charged $500
For a day?
to come to your farm and to camp out there for as long as you need your crops to be watered.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm done for the day.
See,
and I can pop over to the next farm or the next guy over and charge him $500.
So you do
I've made a cool $1,000 in the course of maybe 2 hours.
So here's the thing. This is now your job. Your job is traveling around the country, or at least around the state, to help people.
Sure.
And then there would be pressure, because it'd be like, that's the guy who controls the weather. The government might intervene. What? John needs to travel all over the world. And suddenly you're like, it's what's
can't
the
make
big
me. I can.
the guy monkey on top of the building.
King Kong.
You're King Kong. You're a traveling circus show.
So I'm glad.
Am I a circus show, or I'm just very wealthy because I can sell myself
I
to the
could just
highest
make it
bidder?
75 degrees and people are like, wow, Omaha's really weird now. That's strange. But if you are
but
charging people,
Omaha,
it's a game
it's only a
changer.
1 mile radius around you. The rest of Omaha is suffering through whatever weather they're going through.
I guess that's true.
See, I'm glad you brought up that angle, though, because I would want something subtle and I would not tell anybody. Because if you have that kind of power to control any of these types of weather, you're going to get kidnapped either by your own government or a foreign government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're like E.T. You're going to have to fly away in a bicycle with a blanket on your head.
Slimy E.T.
Oh, with your mayonnaise sweat. Jordan says you could also flood a place that you hate. Wow, Old Testament God up in here.
He did used to do that.
Yeah, John suddenly inviting a bunch of animals onto a boat.
Not dinosaurs, though.
See, I
Not
mean, that's a lot of
dinosaurs.
power. Now, of course, the temperature, you could do that too if you if like a sporting event, they want, a certain temperature.
Super Bowl, you could have no need for a dome in Buffalo. It's always 75, or you can make the weather whatever you want it to be, I guess.
I think I'm going precipitation.
Wow, I feel
Plus,
like that's
even
an
from a self-preservation stamp, first of all, I can water my own lawn whenever I want to, so I wouldn't need my sprinklers.
That's true.
Secondly, I'm guaranteed when I go to sporting events that are affected by rain,
you never have to worry about it.
I never have to worry about it because it'll be a 1 mile radius.
Is the snow done in the John? I guess you need snow during the winter you need precipitation.
Sure.
I'm going to go wind. I could make my own tornadoes.
Yikes.
If I wanted to.
That's something Mr. H.
I wanted
You sound
to.
like the Mr. H of weather.
It sounds like the wind the whole wind thing, you have the power to destroy. There's really not a lot of other great power that can be done with it.
By the way,
You
Nick
could cool somebody off.
Nick mentioned this at the very beginning of his answer. None of us really thought that hard, though, about humidity. Except for Nick, I guess.
Humidity would just make me comfortable.
It would just be a comfort thing.
Mm.
The other three, you could actually impact things in either a very positive or a very negative way.
Mm.
Imagine if you had the control of the temperature. Imagine if you had the control of the temperature and you decided, you know what? I don't like these people. I'm putting them in a deep freeze.
But I mean, you have to be
you'd
there.
be in the deep freeze too.
Yeah,
I'd
'cause
imagine
it's
you're
a
affected
radius.
by the weather
After I've made billions of dollars
That's how those
controlling the
Chiefs
temperature a
fans
mile
died.
around me, I will have developed a system where I will be safely inside my cocoon while I freeze out everyone in a
John's
mile radius.
inventing a coat.
Sky, by the way, pointed out about the mayonnaise thing earlier. Josh running a marathon with a trail of mayo for miles behind him. You can imagine that. Imagine all these people running a marathon with mayonnaise dripping out of them.
People slipping on the mayo.
Black Cat, and there's 400-mile-an-hour gusts coming in as the Cardinals come to bat. Oh. Chris says this may trigger Nick, but up for the debate. Are esports actually sports?
No,
absolutely not. It's
They're
just
games.
professional
They're
video
contests.
games.
Yeah, they're contests.
All right, we all agree.
I've always thought it was dumb that they called it esports.
I agree.
Like there
It's
can
like
be
chess.
a different
Chess
thing.
is a contest. It's not a sport.
Michael says, is a patty melt a hamburger?
Yeah.
No.
We've talked about this before.
Have
No.
we? Yeah, it's not. It's just a sandwich.
I mean, it's a hamburger.
It's a
Or
sandwich.
no.
It's just all it is a cheeseburger on Texas toast
Yeah.
or whatever non-hamburger bun you choose.
I remember my argument about this. It is a hamburger.
Why,
It's
you
just a hamburger.
disagreed with your
I
opinion
know. I
from
did a
2
U from earlier.
I mean, it'd be
seconds
like
ago.
some people when they run out of hot dog buns, they use just a slice of white bread. It's still a hot dog. Same principle.
Rats.
It's
You've
the
got
same
me.
meat.
got
It's cheese,
It's
grilled
the same
onions,
components.
and it's on bread instead of a hamburger bun.
Now, is it still a hamburger if you make 4 of them on one day and then eat them one at a time for the rest of the week?
Is that a Matt McMaster?
It is.
It does sound like a mess.
By the way, dumb debates. Why are grilled onions the worst thing in the world?
They're not.
I hate grilled onions.
What?
I love raw onions,
Oh,
though.
you are God. You're weird.
They have a different taste. That's
Yeah,
why I don't
well,
like
yeah,
it.
That's
they
why
do.
they
It's-
grill them.
It's called caramelization. It's the natural sugars coming out
I
of
don't
the
want,
onion.
I don't want sugar on my burger.
It's not sugars. It's the natural.
I don't want natural sugars on my burger either.
Well, guess what? If you have raw onion on there, you have some of the natural.
I love raw
sugar.
onions, though, especially a red one that's a little spicy.
There's natural sugars in everything.
I'll
That's
show
why they're
you
called natural
show you
sugars.
natural sugar.
Yeah.
You're so bizarre.
What's up, John?
Grilled onions are great. In fact, we had those with
Hate
our
'em.
patty melts, or not patty melts, our smash burgers the other day. The wife did some grilled onions with some jalapenos.
If she gave me the grilled onions, throw them at your wall.
Yeah, and Woods would lick them off.
Hell yeah, Woods. That's why I'm not invited to John's house, because I throw grilled onions at the wall.
Hey, Daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
lick.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Are we done?
I think so.
All right. That's
Cool.
dumb debates.
That was a good one.
That's how you do it, folks. So send us your dumb debates anytime. JTech. God dang it. Liquid Trucking's own Twitter feed.
Honk, honk.
Liquid Trucking's own Twitter
Say
feed.
it 4 more times to make up for it.
Liquid Trucking's own Twitter feed.
We love
Use
Liquid.
the hashtag dumb
And
debates
trucks.
Mm-hmm.
or Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Coming up, content.
Yeah, what do we have in content today?
Well, if you were smart like me, you were listening to my Charlotte Hornets on the radio.
What? That's a
Also, there
question?
was violence after that game. Diana Rossini, and Shohei. Oh, great. Shohei framed somebody else this time.
He took the photos. Pesky Blues writes, John! One more time, John. Liquid Trucking
Zone Twitter feed. And Washington gets new uniforms.
Oh, I wonder what they look like.
You'll find out next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Let's tackle some of the other issues of the day, starting with
Hornets Heat was a classic last night, going to OT and all the way to the final possession with the Hornets pulling out a comeback win. Yet, we almost didn't see it. With seconds left in the game, Amazon had technical difficulties and the broadcast went off the television. Should we blame streaming or someone unplugging something in the background?
Well, if you were smart like me and you were driving home from the baseball game and listening on the radio, you didn't miss a second.
We do love radio, don't we, folks?
Radio. I was very excited. I was very excited for old LaMelo Ball, who tried to choke it away by fouling a guy up 3.
Yikes. That was a terrible decision.
Or actually, I'm sorry, he fouled him on a 3.
Yeah.
He were up by 2.
Yeah.
It's got to be your 3, but then he hit the game-winning shot. And
Yeah, or maybe they're up by 2. They were up by 2.
They were up by
made the
2.
three
He
free
fouls
throws.
the guy shooting the 3, makes the 3 free throws down by 1.
I don't
blah,
think it's
blah,
an
blah.
Amazon issue from the sense of they can't handle all the viewers. They have football games that have way more viewers. Obviously, something went on behind the scenes. I can't believe it because I was watching the game. Suddenly the TV was black, but they still had the logo in the upper right-hand corner, the Amazon Prime, and I was like, this is not good. Sure enough, you end up missing. I think we missed one bucket. It was 123 to 120, and when we came back, it was 125, 120. We ended up seeing the end, thankfully. I wish I would have been listening on the radio like John. What a hell of a basketball game, Nick. Hell of a game. Basketball.
Did Hugo the Hornet deserve this treatment from LaMelo Ball after last night's Hornets win?
So they're celebrating at the end of the game. Of course, a lot of people kind of rushing the court. A lot of celebrating. You'll see Ryan Kalkbrenner in the background.
Bro. Shove. People do that now to celebrate.
Yeah, but he gave him a quick right.
He
gave him a quick right cross, and he popped him with the left.
It's like when Tom Brady just bashed his head into Drew Bledsoe's head that
and
one
then
time.
kissed his kids.
And then kissed his...
Thank God that Hugo the Hornet, which, by the way, I didn't know that was a thing.
Hugo.
He was a
Huber.
He's not selling Chevys in Omaha.
Hugo seemed sad by that. He put his hands up on his head a little bit, and then he just kind of walked away, trying to get away from everybody.
Yeah, he was like, what in the world's going on here?
Poor Hornet.
Poor Hornet, indeed. But they won, Nick.
They won, and now Charlotte's in position.
To what? They got to win another game just to make the playoffs.
Again, they will.
Okay.
And then
the playoffs start
it'll be
like,
down,
6 months
it'll
from now?
be down
anyway?
to them in Boston for control of the East.
You guys are so funny.
Meanwhile, we got 2 more play-in games tonight.
Woo!
You're not going to watch.
The winner of Orlando Philly is in the playoffs. The loser plays Charlotte, while the winner of Warriors Clippers moves on to face the Blazers in another play-in game. You got all that?
So dumb.
Who do we want to win?
I'll watch it. What do you mean? I watched it last
So
night.
dumb.
Why wouldn't I watch it tonight? I'll be doing a podcast, but it'll still be on my TV.
So freaking dumb.
Who are rooting for? Give me the Magic, because screw Philadelphia. Give me the Magic. And Warriors, of course. Always fun to watch Steph. Go, Steph. Maybe a throw mouthpiece again. The very same.
Whoa.
You playing with a walker now?
He is old. He's getting up there in age. Who are you rooting for, John?
The Cubs.
No, that's not the play-in game.
Yeah, but that's what I'll be watching.
But that's not the play-in game. You can answer a question and also think about the other thing that you want to watch. It's very easy to do so.
The segment's not till tomorrow, but I don't care.
What? Come on. Who do you want Charlotte to play? That's got to matter to you at some point.
No,
right?
it doesn't matter because Charlotte will win. It
Okay.
does not matter.
All right, interesting.
They could play the Dream Team, 92 Dream Team.
And
They'll
they
win.
win? Interesting. I don't think that's the
Oh,
well,
absolutely.
If it was today's age. Okay, never mind. Old ass Karl Malone.
67-year-old Larry Bird out there.
Well, he doesn't have a back anymore. He might turn into dust. Good luck, Larry. Lair Bear. What's Diana Rossini's future in sports media?
Oh, I think she's going to be hosting a podcast or doing something,
Not a
but she'll still have a place. Because listen, she still has all these contacts. And all it's going to take is for her to break some news on Twitter or on her podcast or wherever she's
Interlock more hands.
communicating.
Maybe Vrabel will be our first guest.
And
that'd be a bad look.
And someone will pay for it. I mean, there's enough trashy websites out there that will take someone who's a little loose with their morals.
Yeah, that's
reporting morals.
Yeah, I said it earlier. I think
and their ethic. Right.
She'll go to one of the websites that kind of leans into this type of grievance, which is interesting because like she's the one who made the decision. Also, she made the decision to resign, so it's not even like she got fired here. But Barstool, Outkick, those types of places, I definitely wouldn't be surprised. That said, like now more than ever, you can just do your own thing. She could start a Substack, charge for subscribers, do a podcast,
OnlyFans,
all these places, and be just fine. By the way, shout out to Platcat for this good joke. Age has always just been a number to Karl Malone. Nick, Google Karl Malone. I don't even know what to Google. 17, and probably learn some things about old Karl. Maybe 15.
I think I'll pass.
14.
Oh, it's getting worse.
I don't know. Allegedly. Just want to make sure I'm okay. Cover my bases.
Is he in the files?
Don't think he's in those files.
Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, the GOAT?
You know him as such hits as a lot of home runs.
Oh, that's where I know him from.
He took his 0.0 ERA into Dodger Stadium against the Mets, who have scored 2 or fewer runs in six of the last seven games. Does Shohei preserve his perfect ERA tonight?
He hasn't allowed a single run this year. God, he is just really the best baseball player that's ever lived. Yeah, the Mets offense has been trash as of late. We talked about that in passing a little bit earlier with Farron. I saw a stat about them. I can pull it up real fast. They have really struggled this year. They've had a ton of games where they've been shut out. So, yeah, he'll keep it going. Go Shohei. John?
I'm just curious here. I need to look up something.
They call you Whiskers because you're curious.
I'm curious like a cat.
So my friends call me Whiskers.
I love
those.
It's hi.
Pitching.
Do you think the moon is really made out of cheese?
Okay, now we don't need to go.
You're Googling something right now, and you're like, type, scroll, search, control F.
I'm about to just ask the next question.
You might have to.
He's only pitched 2 games this year, so let's. You know what? Tonight's going to be the night. The Mets offense is going to go off.
Interesting.
And they'll score 3 runs.
I was going to say going off for them is like
they'll get 3 runs tonight.
Media analyst Michael Nathanson tells Puck Media that he feels What is this? He feels NBC is in most jeopardy of losing its Sunday Night Football package to a streamer like Netflix. With NBC's recent investments in the NBA and MLB, he feels NBC is vulnerable to losing a bid to Sunday nights. Thoughts?
I always love when certain questions just confuse the hell out of Nick. These are initials.
There are a lot of initials.
No, it was.
And then there's Puck Media.
The Puck Media what got me. It's like, what is that?
By the way, Diana Rossini's new individual website. It's going to be something that rhymes with Puck.
That might be taken.
Okay, what's the question here? Thoughts. Okay. It would be a huge bummer if they lost Sunday Night Football because they have Major League Baseball and the NBA. Like that would suck for them. They do such a good job at broadcasting the NFL.
Well, the whole reason why they got the NBA and Major League Baseball was so they could have an entire year of Sunday night sports.
Imagine if they suddenly lost the most important anchor of the whole Sunday night bit. Like, what would Tirico do? He went to NBC so he could call the biggest games ever. I guess he got 1 Super Bowl.
Well, I'm sure it would be just like Al Michaels. He would end up at
Netflix.
Netflix would trade, what was the name of the rabbit? Cosmo the Rabbit or whatever?
No.
Rocco. It was some cartoon character, and that's what the trade was. And Al Michaels ended up at NBC from ABC.
Al Michaels rabbit trade.
NBC is not going to lose Sunday Night Football. They will.
Oswald.
They will do whatever it takes to keep that product.
Yeah. They really will try.
Washington unveiled their 2026 uniforms. Looks like they're going back to a classic look to when they were named something else.
Interesting. It's almost like they are soft launching the change back to the R words. I've been predicting this.
They're not going to do
I've been predicting it for a while.
I'm going to miss the cool black
Still
uniforms.
think it's going to. No one is going to miss those uniforms.
I am.
Except
Well,
for Nick
John
Grimm.
Schreiner will.
There's the road. They are going to do a black uniform, Nick. Here it
It'll be
is.
the same one. Yes, it will. Woo! We're back.
Well, it's not quite the same because
No.
the numbers don't look like they've been printed off an inkjet printer.
Yep, exactly.
And notice they on the black uniforms they put the spear through the W.
Oh wow, interesting.
That is an interesting choice.
It's almost like they're going to do the thing that I said.
They're not
probably wouldn't
going
have
to
done the
do
spear.
the thing. They're not going to be renamed the R words.
Okay.
That's not going to happen. Put it on the
Long-term
on the
list.
forever list.
What if they do a compromise and they literally call themselves the
R
R words?
That would be kind of funny. Still think they should go back to the football team.
Live Golf, the rival league that took Saudi blood money, gave us team golf with goofy team nicknames, and grumpy face Greg Norman is apparently not living much longer, as they are reportedly on the verge of shutting down. Does this mean the Saudis now have the money to kick Nebraska's NIL operation?
Oh wow, they're going to help out Nebraska?
Yeah, it sounds like the public investment fund there in Saudi Arabia is going to pull funding.
But gas prices are so high; they should be raking in dough right
you
now.
would think.
Because golf league sucks ass.
You would think.
Chief, in response to the thing, it's
Yeah.
like, can't they just go by the skins?
Some people did have that as an idea a few years ago.
Terrible idea.
You know, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with these golfers because I saw a tweet thread by somebody who covers the tour on Sunday, and it's like almost every one of the live guys sucks in these majors. Like they're not having fun. Meanwhile, Patrick Reed left, Brooks Koepka left, and they're like, man, it's so nice being back on the tour again. And like, I don't watch golf every Sunday or every weekend, rather. It will be nice to have everybody under the same roof again. You know, like I think that it made the tour product worse because you're not having John Rahm go up against, Scotty Scheffler anymore, except in majors.
Yeah, but how many people were really give a crap that they could see those two golf in the John Deere Classic?
Well, no, but if everybody's competing in like the Players Championship and those types of things, like that's going to be good for those events too.
Right, but we're only talking a couple of events. We're not adding that many more that people really care about.
You're going to miss Live?
No one's going to miss Live. How can you miss something that you forgot existed? Honestly, I felt like it only existed as a bit on this show to talk about Live, Laugh, Golf.
It did. That's true.
I think I spent a grand total of 27 seconds watching Live Golf over the last 4 years.
Yeah, I do too. That's two Patinos.
And now I don't even know where you find the stuff anyway.
Yeah, isn't it on CVS or whatever? CW?
CVS, yes.
It's only at the pharmacy.
When you go to the pharmacy, it's the in-house, television network. You can only watch it at CVS.
Finally, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? New Jersey Transit is currently planning to charge more than $100 to return rail tickets from Penn Station to MetLife Stadium for FIFA World Cup games. The 18-mile rail journey originally cost cost $12.90 for a return ticket. And tailgating will not be allowed. Is this event going to suck this summer?
Well, yes, because it's the World Cup. What? How can a government entity? I mean, this sounds like something a private entity would do. Like how you jack up the hotel rates for big events.
Sure.
I assume New Jersey Transit is a state-run operation, right? Or is this a private rail company? It almost has to be a private rail company, right? Because how can a government entity get away with doing that? And why? Well, we know why, because it's
all about the Benjis.
Well, it's a trapped audience, and
what else are you going to do?
You got a lot of international travelers who are going to spend whatever it takes to get from place to place.
Not going to walk. Ubers are going to be thousands of dollars. We were kicking the tires on going because my youngest brother and his wife, they live down in Atlanta. Multiple events are going to go on down there. It would be around Independence Day. It's like, what if we made a trip down there? And then it was like, nope, never mind. It's going to be way too much money.
No, this is public. This is New Jersey's government. This is not a private rail.
I can't believe the no tailgating thing either. That's
Isn't this
wild.
the state that gave us Chris Christie, though?
That's true. They did indeed. This event is not for the common fan this year.
No.
This doesn't happen in other countries. Like you can get.
Well, yeah, in other countries they use slave labor to build their stadiums.
They do. I didn't like when the World Cup was there either. But in other
At
countries,
least we know that Arrowhead Stadium wasn't built by slave labor.
that is true because slavery was outlawed by then.
Well, yes.
Thankfully.
Pretty sure most stadiums have been built since then.
I'm just confirming. I just was making sure you knew.
I'm sure a lot of people
What
in
do you mean,
Missouri
I knew?
hated it though.
Oh, definitely.
Are there any modern state or any stadium still around from 1865?
Good question. It's the oldest building. The oldest building in Omaha.
Oh, we know this. We looked this up. It's
like a house or something.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. there you
No
go.
tailgating, huh?
No tailgating.
not allowed.
Well, is that like a thing in international soccer? Do people
I mean, why
tailgate?
wouldn't you want to drink with your boys? You know,
Well, I don't know. Again, we're talking
couple
about an
beers with the
international
lads.
audience.
a couple beers with the lads. John, they like alcohol in other countries too, you know.
Well, yeah, but do they just hang out at the
Irish.
They
They
call
just-
them hooligans.
they just
Of
hang
course
out at
they
the bars
tailgate.
and
Yeah,
then
they just kill people on
and then
accident sometimes.
drunk walk over to the stadium?
Why
I don't know.
not? That sounds like the best day of all time.
Which American
Yeah,
football?
but then you end up going to a soccer game.
Oh no, you could sing songs. Oh,
You can do that too. It's called karaoke, and it's a hell of a lot cheaper.
That's
It
definitely-
won't take you $100 to get back from the bar.
Now, is it Man United that has like the insane hooligan fans?
Honestly, all of them do.
All of them
but-
do?
Yeah.
Which American football fan base is most similar to that fan base?
Eagles.
I thought so too. That was my first guess.
Probably. Yeah.
Or the Oklahoma and Texas fans who were like grabbing each other's testicles and ripping them open. Remember that story?
Jeez.
It happened. It's called the Red River Shootout. Call it the Red River something else. Am I right? The blood is the
Full
Red
out?
River. Oh, Raiders says Chief. That's a good call. Yeah, the Raiders fans. Bunch of freaks.
Well, Raiders fans
The
used to be that way. Now,
Yeah, now
Raider-
they're all Vegas pills.
Yeah.
Boring.
yeah, the Black Hole fans don't really exist anymore.
They are long gone.
Eagles fans are about the last bastion of the true. Well, there's people who think Kansas City fans are that bad too. But in terms of like mass fan base, where their whole reputation is we're hostile, we're mean.
Yeah.
It's like Philly's the last one.
They really are.
If a
Because
team,
Oakland's gone
Yeah,
soft.
remember there was that one guy who was calling the Packers fan the C word a bunch at the playoff game a couple years ago.
if they lose,
Yikes.
cars get caught on fire. If they win, cars get caught on fire.
Bingo. If they lose, they eat poop. If they win, they eat poop.
Wow, why would you talk about your wife that way?
That's what they did. They were like, if they win Super Bowl, I'm going to eat a bunch of horse crap. And then they did. They're, oh, medium rare, please. Freaks.
medium rare horse crap. I want that
if,
cooked.
if the Cowboys ever win the Super Bowl, which they won't, I will not eat poop. I'll just log on the internet and talk trash to everybody.
Well, you don't need to eat poop because you've been ingesting it all year watching the Cowboys.
By the way, the Shooter McGavin Twitter handle,
Yeah.
based off the old character from Happy Gilmore, says
If I supposed to
breaking.
Shut the hell up.
PGA Tour
Wrong
announces
character.
welcome back party for live players tonight on the 9th green at 9 p.m. Players have also been advised to dress nice for the occasion.
Excellent work.
I love that movie.
It's a great movie. Still never saw the second one.
Me either. I
Have
always
we
forget
done
about
a
it.
Sandler movie? Like one of his comedy movies, not like
Well, we did the
Uncut
basketball
Gems.
movie. Remember we did the one where
He was
Hustle.
scouting in Eastern
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Europe.
Yeah, but we're talking about like one of his
Oh, it's
comedies.
classics? No, we've never done a
We
classic.
need to do Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, I mean, I love Happy Gilmore. It's funny.
We might have to do
Big
Happy
Daddy.
Gilmore.
I wet my own ass.
Dan Patrick.
Well, coming up next, it's a segment that now inspires restaurants on what to serve for their Wednesday night specials.
Oh man, a great segment.
It's called What's for Dinner?
Mm.
Next on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Before we get to what we're having for dinner, Huskers says might be coming back to the 402 for the College World Series the week of the 15th through the 19th. Maybe I'll swing by the booth and shake John's hand.
Oh, are you going to intertwine fingers?
Oh, do it, John.
What's this?
Huskers wants to meet you. We can make this happen. We can set up a photo op handshake of you two coming together, and never again will you argue.
You can meet me at 9:00 tonight. 9th hole.
I get it, John.
Dress appropriately.
I get it.
What's for dinner tonight? I think it is spaghetti and meat sauce.
Mamma mia.
I believe. The wife usually
spaghetti.
makes enough meat sauce that, she just freezes it and then brings it out for another day.
That's
love meat
awesome.
sauce.
So I think that's what's on the agenda. I can't say for sure.
What did you get last night at the ballpark? What did you go with?
I went with a Polish dog and some Cracker Jacks.
That's a terrible meal.
Out of all the side options,
I know.
Cracker
I'd
Jacks.
take those and put them with the
I
grilled
love
onions.
First of all, I love Cracker Jacks. Secondly,
Buy me some peanuts.
the concession stand I went to was one of those smaller concession stands that only had limited options.
That's a bummer.
Because I only had so much time.
Mm.
Connor was down interviewing coach and
Live. Very live
It
interview.
was very live.
It was
I
a great interview and
Eat
very
Cracker
live.
Jack once a year, and that's during the College World Series, and that's it.
I literally never eat them. I cannot stand Cracker Jacks.
It's caramel corn.
I don't like caramel corn.
Or is it caramel?
I don't like caramel corn.
I like salty and
I
buttery corn.
don't like delicious grilled onions either.
I'm gonna air fry some leftover wings.
Oh, did you have wings last night?
I had wings a couple nights ago.
Hmm.
I had the Olive Garden pasta last night.
All right. I'm gonna do buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Nice.
Indeed. Indeedy.
There you go.
J-Man says steak from King Kong. Not gyros, gyros.
King
How is
Kong.
the steak at King Kong?
Never eaten at King Kong somehow.
I
Still,
had a burger from there a couple times, and it's as big as my head.
It is a huge burger.
I got the first time I went, I ordered a burger and a side of fries, and they looked at me and were like, "Are you sure?" That's a lot of both, and they were right. I couldn't finish it.
and the gyros are good too.
Not gyros, gyros.
It's in the song, John.
Not gyros, gyros.
Well, you got to remember, I don't get the Omaha TV anymore in Lincoln, so I don't get the great King Kong commercials. Though, interesting, we do have a King Kong in Lincoln. I don't remember ever seeing a commercial for King Kong.
I just got a text from one Connor Happer. In all caps. Buffalo chicken mac and cheese. Hell yeah, Hap. It's going to be delicious. And then I'll put a little extra buffalo sauce on top of the mac and cheese. I'll toss the chicken, and then I'll put a little bit more on top.
It's your homemade buffalo sauce, yeah?
Yes, and it's actually about out. So after this, I'll probably have to make some more tomorrow.
Paige made buffalo chicken dip for Easter.
Hell yeah. Thank you for rising, Lord. Here's some buffalo chicken.
I just don't understand the. It almost
It's not
feels.
obsession,
It
it's a
feels like
like.
a contrarian Nick opinion
What?
to be anti-buffalo chicken.
And yet that's how you feel? Oh, you're talking about Happer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's very confusing. Imagine thinking, wow, this is really good. I don't want it. Okay. Meanwhile, I was with Happer that one time. He ordered wings, and the guy was like, you can get the weird farty stuff. And he's like, no, I want buffalo.
Weird
Yeah, I should have been critical of him that day, Happer.
The weird farty stuff.
It was like a sweet barbecue.
It was like some
caramel
bourbon
corn,
bacon,
with
bourbon
hot honey.
barbecue.
Bourbon caramel. Oh,
And wait, oh, yeah,
what
with
are
caramel.
you doing? It's wings, man. It's wings.
Although
Funniest thing ever. I'll just do the buffalo.
there are places that do like a peanut butter and jelly wing, and those are.
I wonder how disappointed waiters or waitresses get when they go through the whole
Bingo.
litany, especially
Sorry.
at the real fancy places where, and our
Anyway.
special tonight is a grilled sea bass with risotto and chopped edges, blah, blah, blah. And then, they
You do
go
the
through the whole
exact
spiel,
opposite.
and then you say, yeah, I think I'll just do the fillet.
Yep. do you want this? We just caught it out of the ocean.
I'm trying to remember the
Burger
last time
place,
I
thanks.
actually ordered the special because it always seems like the special is some gross ass fish dish.
Put that on the menu. Gross ass fish dish.
That could also be the name of Diana Rossini's new podcast.